See, Chad, I told y'all I was coming back. I told y'all I was coming back. We're gonna do the multi stream for that, y'all. Though. I know YouTube the main chat. We're gonna do multi stream for that. But yeah, nah, we chilling though. We chilling. Let me do this here. Alright. And my controller. Yeah. Game indeed is not over. But check this be the stuff I be talking about though. This be the stuff I be talking about. Like you can't make this up, bro. That's what I'm saying.
He's as strong as they say he is.
Come on, really, wait! Allow me! I'd sure hate to see my crew get hurt! You just want to fight him. Ahoy there, samurai! Divine departure!
Because you ain't really got nothing going on. You don't got nothing up.
Oh, wait, I'm bust down Tatiana. Yo, baby mama, she was in the video. What was going through your mind when you made bust down? What was going through your mind when you made bust down Tatiana?
Stop. See, this is why I close the door behind me when I leave out of here, and make sure y'all right behind me.
You had what the ball?
Cause yeah, no. Alright. Let's go. It's like no matter what I do, you gotta like dodge this shit at the last moment. You realize you gotta dodge it at the last moment. I'm trying to. Stop. I'd be too trigger happy with that roll, man. I know what I'm doing. That's what's like urgent. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing wrong. I know what I'm doing wrong. And it's still, man, like, because of how they did this, bro, this is harder than a boss battle because my health, I'm literally a one tap, bro. I'm literally a one tap. So what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? First, they asked me, do I want to abandon the path of a ninja? No, bro. Real life was doing fine before this, bro. I just need, like, I was doing fine before this. I just need to, I'm gonna try this. What? Chad, bro. continuing. We gonna get this. I just need to get enough leverage to run. I just need enough health to run away, bro. It's literally all I'm looking for. Oh my god! Bro, please, dude. Please. Please, man. What even happened? Bro, I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Bro, this literally wouldn't even be that bad if I had to worry about a blast that can break a guard, fool. Like, I had forgot about the. I ain't gonna lie. I did forget about the. What is it? I did forget about the fact that I can parry now. I did forget about that. But that don't mean nothing because all one gonna do is sneak me. It just gonna sneak me. So what's the point? Chat, man. Oh my god, bro. Chill, sorry. Let's go. Cause they not difficult to fight. It's just that I'm spawning in with no way to get health other than to fight them. And they be jumping folks, man. They be jumping, man. Like it's just like I gotta go in cautious. Like I realize I gotta go in on defense mode. I don't like that, man. It's like a force of habit. I'm not even trying to do that, but it's like a force of habit. Nicole Mock, I appreciate the follow. Thank you. Like I said, I'm surprised I got a follower from Twitch on here. If I made YouTube the main one. Hold on, I got more folks calling. Continue, yes. What's up, gang? I'm getting cheated on Ninja Gaiden for. I'm at like, bro, like, because they don't have any way for me to get health other than to fight the people I gotta fight. I'm literally a one-tap game. I'm a one-tap because I just got into a fight with a boss before I got into this next area. I just got into a fight with a boss before I went to this area. You know what I'm saying? And they ain't put no health packs nowhere. Like they ain't put like no health orbs nowhere. No way to. And I don't have no health. And I don't have no elixir bottles. Astro, stop trying to go over there near my monitor. I don't have any elixir bottles. So I can't heal myself. So I have to fight them. I have to fight. And there's only one of them that can actually give me a little bit of health. I'm just trying to get a little bit of health to run, fool. I just need a little bit of health to run past. I'm just trying to cheese, bro. I'm just trying to cheese and get past, bro. It's really all I'm trying to do. I can't even do that. Because I'm a one-shot. Bro, when I tell you, like, my health is non-existent, I'm finna show you. I might just sacrifice myself on here just so I can show you the amount of health I got. Watch. Look at that. Look at that.
They gonna tell you what. They tell me what you got.
Hold on. See? Like, you know, there ain't really. This is like, because of what they did, this is like the hardest part of the game I've dealt with so far. It's not even supposed to be a hard part of the game, and it's the hardest part of the game I've had to deal with, bro.
Lock in, gang.
Gang, I'm trying. I ain't even trying. I'm on stream with it on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. I'm trying not to disappoint my niggas, the viewers, you know what I'm saying? I know it's only one on there, bro, but like, I ain't trying to disappoint nobody, fool. I mean, this junk getting washed each time, fool. Each time. Unless I run. And when I run, there's only one way for me to go, and I gotta slash through a door. The moment I slash through the door, I'm getting slashed. I need some health. I need enough health so I can at least take one slash, gang. I can't even take a slash. I can't even take a slash, bro. I gotta fight perfect. Bro, I just started playing this junk, man. I can't fight perfect like that. Not right now. I need some training. Get back. I love you too, so get back.
Get back, motherfucker. I don't know you like that. I had some reposado yesterday for the first time. And that shit is nasty. I don't know how niggas just be don it.
Cause the Don Julio make you act a foolio, you heard me.
Nigga, what? 314, I was eating Waffle House. I ain't seen no fights though. Me and my cousin was so adamant on seeing niggas fight at Waffle House that we just went there at 3 in the morning. Really, fuck it, let's get to it.
So I'm gonna drop the stream in the chat so y'all can fight.
I'm finna go drop a stream in the toilet. Cause I got the yeah. And I say yeah. Oh, excuse me, miss. Sorry from across the room. So I walk out the bathroom after taking a doodle like you said.
God damn, I gotta take a doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Man, that was the funniest thing.
Man, that's still one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Okay, reassurance to finish.
I gotta call my Papa. Let me switch out to the iPad. Sorry, Paulo. Where are my glasses, Apollo?
Switch.
Love in the motherfucker. I just realized, bro. Oh, no, I did eat this yogurt, though. Plus, I was out here drinking with nothing on my tummy. But I did eat. Yes, King. Yes, Queen.
Oh.
Hey, hold on. Tell me out. Why? You in the club, right? I think only nigga auntie people out of our group. But look, out here, there was two niggas kissing. And then they went from kissing each other to kissing the women folk. And I'm just sitting here like,
Walking hurt is all I heard.
oh God. I mean, they was on each other. On the two dudes. I'm like, yeah, nigga talking. Damn, they got that nigga moving. That was me and my auntie like, I didn't get to smoke a drink. Like, you know, pussy down on my phone.
Appreciate the view. Go give me a follow, you know what I'm saying? Ooh, I say, go give me a follow, you know what I'm saying? Ooh. Bring some of your friends in if you know what I'm saying, if you think they'd be interested. Can I not go to Twitch and get my
There it is. My name ain't wrong. Yes, sir. Exactly. Yeah, mine up. But I got somebody who's talking to food off in the left. Yeah, here in that house. Oh, okay. After that, we gonna meet up at a fast food shop. I think mileage away. Okay. Oh, I'll text her and I thought I had your number. I was trying to look for it. What's your number? Area code 816. 489 2286. Oh, I did have it. Okay. Let's see if that teams. Okay. I guess I could have had it work. Trying to show good at like. And they open up at 10 anyways. Okay. I don't know why on the weekend, but they do. No, yes. Only got to the point dance now. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Top things. Okay. I'm saying. Wow.
networking right now, Chuck. Just give me a second.
If I need to, I can go get violent on my weeks. I don't know where he is. He may be closest to y'all. Stay right around. I don't know whether he did feel. He's probably at my mama's house, so I'm gonna ask him real quick. Okay, I'm asking him now. Okay. But he was on Facebook. I know we're getting ready to go to your mom's house. We're getting ready to go to your mom's house in a minute. Okay, he may be over there. That's where we're getting ready to go now. And she getting ready to go to AJ's graduation. Oh, yeah. I think everybody going to everybody besides me. Yeah. Oh, y'all not going? No, I wouldn't want to go to Jenny because his is at the same place. I think so. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, they're gonna be there all day. You call your right place all day.
Man called us and left.
Anybody ever tell you you look like Beyonce? No.
Rich.
They say I look like Vanessa. What the fuck? It just looks me. The fuck?
You need to call him up. Yes, girl. Call him up and tell him what you we serve sauerkraut. Happy Saturday.
Jesus.
See this one, man. Ooh.
I said close them doors. Shoot that hoe to iron.
doesn't exist. Germany is Otherworld Saga. Goku transforms into this. But it's not full. Initially, Goku was supposed to be a Super Saiyan, but he wasn't supposed to reveal Super Saiyan until later on, after it was already animated. The hair was recolored to hide being a Super Saiyan. Due to a Dragon Ball Heroes card, it's dubbed as Super Saiyan Power by fans. That's just the name of the card's ability. And while it looks similar to Broly's Wrath of Rin, as well as when the Lord Slog's movie, it's not the same thing.
Y'all get y'all ass up and do something.
So if you hear a grown man cry, that's just me over here.
Huh? Nigga, you crying? What happened? Sorry, I was texting.
I said if you hear me scream, I caught a cramp in my hamstring.
That shit.
That's what you're trying to do, man.
Oh shit. No, I'm so tired of this, man.
I'm gonna go turn into the toilet because I gotta go fight that demon.
I hope your sewage system is
Stop the singing is crazy.
No. There's too much stuff up here. I do not want you up here. I'm fine with you being here in the room, being beside me. I don't want you up here, though. Not on this. Them folks did not want to die. Them was consistent heavies. Bro. They doing weird stuff when I'm trying to clean up my language.
Where you going for cliff smelling?
I wish I could be somebody could. at this man, bro. Y'all don't want to see nobody win, fool. Y'all don't. Okay, lock in for real. This time for real, fool. Lock in. So I dodged the blast, but this man wanted to dick eat and slash me in my motherfucking back.
He doing tricks on it right now.
He really is, fool. Bro doing tricks on it. You know how many times I done seen the message, do you want to abandon the way of the ninja? No, I don't, man. I don't, gang. I don't.
You sound so genuine. You like, I don't know why this is my life. I don't.
I'm literally in it. Bro, please. 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 I'm real life out here trying to be the next Hokage, bro. And these folks tripping, gang. I just want to be the next Hokage of the Hayabusa clan, gang. I just want to be the next Kage, gang. Like what? Like, bro, one battle at a time, gang. I don't have health. I don't have health, gang. Hey, Astro. Hey, buddy. Chat again. Astro's the cat. I ain't gonna log in. It's not adding up right now. It's not adding up, man. I'm just gonna keep it a beat. It's not adding up, bro. Man, go watch this John on YouTube, bro. I had dropped the link on. Man, at this point, I'm finna share the Facebook post to the Army Black Ops channel.
The viral TikTok dress.
Chat, my cat's gonna try and sneak up here my cat's gonna try and sneak up here on my desk any chance he get. I don't know what his infatuation is with this desk, but he wants to be up here. Right in front of the screen, blocking me. That's where he wants to be. Like, why can't you just sit where you at right now? Just sit where you at right now, okay? I'm enjoying the company. I'm enjoying the company.
Welcome to the dyke course. The dyke off. Everybody goes to the dyke offs.
If you're not trying to go to those. You know what, bro? I'm finna kick you. Hey, what's up, Joy? Hey. You know what I'm saying? You better subscribe, gang. You better subscribe and like, fool. Subscribe and like. That's how I'm gonna get up out there. That's how I'm gonna really, you know what I'm saying, get out here, fool. I went to sleep, though. But yeah, nah, lock in. Huh?
Let me talk to straight real quick.
Chat, my dog Dyke want to talk to y'all, but I'm not finna let that happen. I don't know, cause after the diabolical stuff he just said, I'm kind of. I'm just letting you know this right now. If you get out of line, gang, I'm removing the phone from the mic.
Hey, y'all like to go to parties or not?
I already know where this is going. You're canceled. You're canceled. I knew where that was. I know what it. See, yeah, nah. You're getting muted, man. You're getting muted. You are getting muted. You're getting muted.
Playing whatever you playing is crazy.
Is Trey Songz the crib?
Oh my gosh, Trey Songz. Oh my gosh, another one.
But yeah, nah, Joy, tell me why I just fought a boss, right? I had just fought a boss before I got to this scene that I'm at right now. And I had just fought a boss before I got to the scene where I'm at right now. And tell me why I ended that. I barely got away, right? I barely got away. I literally have no health. I don't even know how I made it away alive. I have really no health. If anything, about 0.5% health, gang. Like, you can't even see the bar. And I gotta go to the next section. I gotta go to the next part of the chapter with no health. And I don't have a way to get health other than to fight. And they be jumping and backstabbing, gang. This is almost impossible, bro. Like, if I show you, bro, you gonna be like, yeah, nah, that's crazy. And you right, that's crazy. It's crazy. No. Bro, I'm finna be in the car.
No, okay, no.
Alright, bet.
It was an accident.
Yeah, Jordan, I'm finna start this joint just so you can see what I'm talking about, bro. When I start this joint, look at the top left of the screen, bro. Look at the top left. Look at my health food. So you see, it's not a skill issue, it's a health issue. It's a health issue. I'm doing everything in my power, game. I'm doing everything in my power. You seen how I was perfectly dodging the beams and stuff, bro. Man out here throwing Kamehamehas and I'm dodging them, bro. Man out here throwing Hadokens, bro, and I'm out here dodging, bro. You see it's not a skill issue. I just gotta somehow do the impossible and dodge a backstabber. Like I don't know what to do there. I don't know what to do there. So. But we gonna try though. We gonna try though. And you see how they run up as soon as I start? They run up as soon as I start. Like it's just I'ma just take a leap of faith and just cheese and just run around them. You eat hot dogs. No, I don't. I don't eat pork. Faith. Run around. You see what I mean? Like, it's the worst save spot. And you wanna know what I tried to go back. You know what I'm saying? I had tried to go back and try to go to the stove. You know what I'm saying? I tried to go to the shop. I tried to go to the shop shrine, the merchant shrine. You know, well, I tried to go to the blacksmith shrine and go and, you know what I'm saying, shop with her and get some more elixir. I can't even go back to that spot where the last one was at. And I'm staring at it and I can't go to it because the spot's blocked off. It's looking real abandon my ninja wayish, but I'm not finna do it. I'm not finna do it. I got You know what I mean? Like, bro. He shoots a Hadouken at you and then comes through and backstabs you. That's the thing, gang. I play defense heavy and I still. Hey, Astro. I lock in and play defense heavy and I still get like backstab, gang. You know what I mean? Like, and then if I move, right? If I was gonna be out here. Gotta say, yeah, if I move, gang. Look at that! Look at that, bro! Like, I gotta kill one of them or I'm not gonna have health. I gotta steal an orb from one of them or I'm not gonna have health. But yeah, no, like I said, even when I try to play defense heavy, coming through here, trying to play defense heavy, coming through here, fool. I've been learning the patterns. That's the problem. Now that was entirely on me. I dodged way too early. But nonetheless, that's the move that really be getting me right there. That's the move that really be getting me, fool. Like, it's just... Let me drink some water. Let me hydrate. Excuse me. Alright. Locked in. Yeah, it's not just, you know, see, yeah, because it's not just YouTube, it's Twitch and Kick as well. What just happened? What just happened? I need a black and mild. A black and mild is what I need. I need a black and mild. 'Cause this flavored battery isn't doing anything. I know what I'm gonna try. 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 That is, if he gets back by the stairs, because he sees me trying to run away from him. Oh my God, Astro. No. No, dude, no. No, come here, son. No, dude. Why can't you just be right here, like this or something? Just be right here. Just be right here. Okay. I couldn't roll, bro. Bro, I can't lead the stream until I say I can't lead the stream just to be until like I get past this point, bro. I got to get to a point where I have a way to heal, bro. I need a way to heal. It wasn't even a heavy. Okay. There's another one in there. Bro, that junk ain't never been that strong to do that. Stop lying.
Alright, I'm gonna call you back when it turns off. I have to sleep.
Alright. Because I'm dealing with this dude. They be sneaking, man. They be sneaking, bro. You can't tell me they don't. Hey, Whitney. Hey, baby. All right. Couldn't do it. I wouldn't have made it as far as I did. So he aimed it off to the side. That's what y'all telling me? Okay. I definitely pressed X in time for. Bro, let me see what the Y won't do for. Y one got to be like a heavy counter or something, bro. Cause yeah. Bro just started spamming triangle. He just started spamming triangle for it. I pressed yes, did I not? Okay. I've watched myself parry 2 dudes at a time, but now I can't do it. It's crazy. I pressed Y when they tried to hit me, and now it's like I can't. It's crazy, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. Fucking God. Jesus Christ. Man, I know what I said, man. No way, the camera kept selling. And here we go, back to square one. Back to square one. We was doing so good. Now, and look where we at. Hey, man, stuff is getting tired, bro. Man, chat, I don't know what to do, bro. I don't know what to do, bro. I was in there, bro. That was some of the best parrying I've done this whole time, bro. It's like all my good work is going to waste, fool. Why? Because you see what I mean, bro? Like, they put me in the worst position, gang. I ain't gonna lie, that one tracked. That one tracked. That one tracked, bro. No, that one tracked, gang. That one tracked, fool. No, that one tracked. Yeah, wish to continue. Yes. Continue. It's irking me because I know I can do it, bro. I know I can do this, bro. It's just, oh, it's like, it's taking everything in me to do something that should not take long at all. On my mama, I pressed LB. On my mama, I pressed LB. It's like the blocking does not matter. The blocking and the parrying just does not matter for this controller. It don't. I ain't even restart this much in Black Myth Wukong, bro. Like, I just want to get past this part, bro. I just want to get past this part, man. That's all I'm asking, The orb was right there and he wasn't taking it, gang. I just need a little margin of error. That is it, gang. But I gotta fight through error. I have to fight through error just to get that margin. It's just crazy to me, fool. Like, it's crazy, gang. I'm pressing eggs! Okay, now I see about it. Now I'm gonna rush for that. Because there's no way. There's no way. There's no way they expect me to do this and I ain't got nothing. Give this damn health back. I'm so mad that it took me this long. Just because I didn't see that. I ain't gonna lie, after I get this vibe, heal myself, and beat these niggas, I'm saving again. I'm saving again. Look at him! Camping, bro! So bad. I didn't even get the chance to roll. Like, bro, stop changing their direction. Cause they was not doing that. Now all of a sudden I'm going over there to heal myself. Bro, really? Okay, gang. Like, don't start, fool. Please don't start. It's like I gotta fight them just enough to get them off of me, fool. Okay. Because I shouldn't even have to do that. I should just be able to run straight to it and then have to fight them. Guess this is my moment. Astro, we're not doing this. We're not doing this, son. We're not doing this. We're not doing this, baby. I know what you want to do, but that ain't it. Watch how this one.
My network of ninja have uncovered the reason for the attack. The samurai who burned the village was Doku, lord of the greater fiends of the Vigur Empire. It appears as though the Vigur Emperor seeks the power of the Dark Dragon Blade.
Doku.
is to trust. Believe God always and know who your mom and dad is. Girl got you. Did I tell you that? Look at that. Look at that. That's yours. That's yours. Yeah, man. That's yours. It's your dad. You want anybody, man. Hey, you believe, man. That's yours. Hey, that's yours. That's yours. That's yours, man. When you put in that kind of work and be the kid and the young man that you are, that's how you get blessed, man. I told you that, man. I ain't got a word. I can sleep, man. I can have peace. Dude, you daddy, man. You deserve all that, bro. That's why I do what I do. That's why I do what I do, bro. That's why I do what I do. You feel me? That's your baby right there. That's you. Check it out. Over again. A lot of shops do this shit. Even motherfuckers in the garage like myself. But, come on, bro. There's your fucking alarm. Fucking comes in here, disconnects this shit. Guess what? Your alarm don't work no motherfucking more. Guess what? Your car might be gone if you don't come out on time. Let them keep installing that shit right here. Your shit can end up missing. Someone asked, how's my install look? I'm gonna show you exactly how I did it, but ain't no alarm. Let's flip this around. Shit is not hanging right there like it was before. That is not my work. But yeah, you can't. Let's see shit.
holy vigor
and everybody
a
else.
strange dictator failed in
This is the
secrecy.
real idea. If you already
Its
have one,
exclusionist foreign policy makes for very few ways to enter the country.
if you're
One
afraid
of the
of
only
flying,
remaining
go get
routes
your
is by
passport.
airship to the
But
capital
do not
city of
take
Tyrone.
the real idea. Is the real idea here? The state of Pennsylvania asked Trump to shut down this program. They called it a usurpation of states' rights. The government has taken over driving and identification of the entire country. And they're going to take all of your pointer and keep the cards out. They have to pay them your social security number, your certificate, and your marriage certificate, and the whole thing. They've never had that before. You are essentially recertifying yourself as an American, and then they want to put this and digitize it, put it on your phone, and be able to shut down your access anytime you do something big. This is not a simple. This is not a simple ID card.
I can't get over the graphics though, bro. Look at that boy Vibin. Gang got beauty, bro. Look at the arms, bro. Look at the arms, bro. Bro, that man got that stuff on. But yeah, no, we saved him. And again, 'cause I'm not playing it at all. While I'm going to freshen up, while I'm going to freshen up, take bath, do this, and that. I'm gonna put on something for y'all. Y'all probably, you know what I'm saying, but go to YouTube and put something on for y'all or something, you know what I mean? Like some marathon or something. Look at that. You know what I'm saying? Streaming. Still shows on streaming. Mr. Creepypasta, man. Shit.
I know Baldur wasn't perfect, but he was mine.
I know.
You know? You think you can even begin to understand the pain of losing a child?
Yes, I do.
There was another. Before Atreus?
Her name was Calliope.
Calliope. What happened?
In the service of the cruel god, I was tricked into destroying the village. Not knowing my own wife and child were there until their blood stained my hands. I swore revenge.
comments just tell me to stay safe, and so I was playing leapfrog for a little bit.
Yeah, we saw that, so I know how hard it is to cut through all that dirt.
Yeah, it was, so that helped me get done a lot quicker. I appreciate it.
If you ever need anything from us,
Okay, I will.
thanks again, buddy.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey everyone, Spencer here with SB Mowing, and I found this house on the corner of the main street, and the sidewalks, curbs, and grass were getting crazy overgrown. So I knocked on the door and didn't get an answer, and the neighbor told me he hasn't seen anyone here for 3 to 4 weeks. So I decided I would go ahead and get cleaned up for the neighborhood.
About halfway through the edging, I was working on the main road and I was playing leapfrog as the cars came by. About halfway down the curb, a cop pulled up and I thought I might be in a little bit of trouble. They didn't get out though, so I finished real quick and went to talk to them. It turns out they were doing me a huge favor by blocking off the right lane so that I could safely finish. So I just want to give a huge shout out to Wichita PD. They were super nice, respectful, and just want to be a helping hand in the community. Anyways, I hope you all enjoyed this crazy transformation, and I'll see you next time. SB Mowing, out.
I get a lot of comments just tell me to stay safe, and so I was playing leapfrog for a little bit.
Yeah, we saw that. So you know how hard it is to cut through all that dirt?
Yeah.
Hey, Chris.
Yes.
Did you hear about the Italian chef who died? He passed away.
I called just like yo, cuz. Surfing this town lock. Ain't that better next week? Yeah, that shit put me in a wild spot. Fuck you gonna do? I'm still sliding. Is you down? I thought there's nothing to get these fishy niggas failed right. Bang, bang, loud blocks down. Wild tops. A child shot. Hollow breeze on look. I spill sauce on a goat like halal spot. Your gun loaded? The gun loaded. I drum rolled. I hit loaded. I reloaded and unloaded. You know what else loaded? Pistol before I pull and squeeze. You know what else hollow? Shells after the bullets leave. Look at these. I switch the cannons like Mega Man. My cat's can explosion top. You need your head seen. The Beretta blade out to his brain. Your mama in pain. That shit an acre so much you start selling land. Big blade, Freddy Hayes. Choppers on Edward Hayes. Trash day, Hella Kings. Old cartridge, Sega Fiends. Ring on a button beam. UK, Netherlands. One ass bitch. I have a ring. When I caught 7 grams, I'm a lost nigga. And I don't follow no rule. I walk up to this old dude. Cut him and punch him like Pro Tools. I'm just greedy for ransom. If I don't get my dough soon, then your grandmother lose a leg like soul food. Chill, rock, we going post. Nigga, that's cause we post. Well, fuck it up with your post too. You ain't getting uploaded, but your picture getting uploaded with RIP attached. And I'll be laughing on that post too. He rolled through clappers with a Maca flip. They 18-wheelers crashing, just rolling truck in the accident. You preaching ass nigga, you leaning ass nigga. Hollow always find his way back to the activist. Since we pull up to his crib like it's Hollow. His mom answered the door like, nah, I'm in a spot alone. That bitch thinking we probably trying to bone. I pull an instrument out and bring a stick of cards like a xylophone. I pull strings, we in front your door with
waving in public. All hell raises. Them the 12 gauges. Them the cell cases.
That's what best friends are for. When you got that one noise in your truck at a certain speed you can't quite figure out, just call your best bud. That's what best friends are for. When you got that one noise in your truck at
I like how all the other ones free except for the first one. But never mind, I'm tripping.
Okay, how is this not getting talked about more? Scientists at UCLA have basically claimed to have cured baldness, and they've been working on this lab-made molecule called PPP-405, which they've just finished getting the results back after the first week of testing on patients, and the results are actually insane.
Today we're looking at glitching the matrix TikToks that will make you rethink your reality. Welcome back, guys. Thank you to all the channel members for support. I've seen that you guys like part 1, 2, and 3. Those are actually my fastest growing videos right now. So here's part 4 to try again to get another 2,000 likes this video. If you guys haven't subscribed, make sure to smash that subscribe button. We're going to be taking a look at some crazy videos coming up in the future, and I would not want you to miss it. So why wouldn't you subscribe? Let's go!
Random straight facts you already know. Part 1. Let's get into it. A pair of balls can be ripped open as easily as a bag of chips. Crazy. To humans' artificial selection and breeding dogs. Dogs are evolving eyebrows. Insane. The sloth's claws aren't actually their claws. They're just their bones holding out of their body. Insane. If you were going insane, you probably would never know. A blue whale's veins are so big that you could swim in it. That's how big their veins are. Insane. If you were to get skinned alive, you would pass from hypothermia, not blood loss. Insane. A box jellyfish has multiple eyes, no brain, but yet the eyes can see an image. Crazy. Crows are so petty that they will remember your face and hold a grudge against you if you ever do them wrong. And they will mess with you. Yeah. One of the most common places to find an unalive body is on the toilet. Insane. Come back for part 2, because it gets more insane.
I didn't listen to the Matrix story, so just listen while I pack eggs, because it's insane and it happened today. So I bought a house in the middle of nowhere. There's nothing around me. This is irrelevant. So I leave today, run to the grocery store real fast to get something for dinner, and I pull out of my driveway. I go to the end of the road, and when I get up to the end of the road, the car that turns the corner to come down my road passing me is my old self in my old car. It's me. What is that? So when this happens, I have this flash of a memory of me getting lost out here when I was younger. I didn't know where I was, and at the time, cell phones didn't have GPS on them. I never had GPS in the car. And I was lost out here, and I drove down this road. Like what? And this is in the middle of the day. I'm not tired. This wasn't a hallucination or like some strong memory that happened. And I was just like, it became real. No, this happened. It was a glitch that it's just so insane. I don't know what that was about. It freaked me out. I saw myself. It was me in my old car. And it was me in my old car before I hit a deer in it eventually, because then I got a car after that. So like, what was that? So does that mean it makes it true that all of our worlds are happening at the same time? Like, what does that mean? I'm so confused. I'm packing eggs. I have people coming to get eggs from me, and I'm just contemplating what happened. It's absolutely insane. Like, I've been off for a few days. I've gotten good sleep. It has nothing to do with anything like that. This happened, and it's absolutely crazy. So I don't know if you guys had similar things happen to you, but this is absolutely crazy.
At 5:50 a.m., the driver starts his commute to work in a Tesla Model 3, equipped with full self-driving. At 6:16 a.m., he enables autopilot on US 441 highway, cruising at 68 miles per hour. A standard Tesla alert appears. But this tight highway with cross traffic is reportedly not designed for autopilot. Seconds later, a semi-truck rolls through a stop sign, crossing into the highway. The truck driver fails to see the Tesla. The brakes were not applied as the autopilot system failed to detect the semi. At full speed, the Tesla crashes, sliding under the side of the trailer. The roof is ripped off instantly. The fatality is immediate. But the Tesla kept going for 40 additional seconds, traveling over 1,680 feet before coming to a stop.
Okay, how is this not getting talked about more? Scientists at UCLA have basically claimed to have cured baldness, and they've been working on this lab-made molecule called PPP-405, which they've just finished getting the results back after the first week of testing on patients, and the results are actually insane. After they applied this topical cream for 1 week to their patients, they found a 70% activity increase in dormant hair follicles, as well as a 300% increase in stem cell activity. These scientists found a protein in your hair follicles which causes them to go to sleep and stay asleep as you get older, and PP405 basically wakes those hair follicles back up. But the most important thing is that they found no major side effects in any of their trials. which is where a lot of big companies previously have gone to the stage and failed. And the research is so legit that even Google wanted to be a part of it and invest millions of dollars in this business last year. Now, the next phase of this company is to publish their 60-day findings, but they think the real results are going to come from 6 to 12 months. And if all goes well, they expect to get FDA approval to put this on the shelves by 2030.
Yo, that's actually really big news for anyone that has nail pattern baldness. Hey, in 5 years, you could potentially reverse it.
Doppelgangers. The NPC cloning bug. Imagine walking down the street and seeing yourself. Not a look-alike, not a twin. You. Same face, same outfit, same movements. At first, your brain scrambles for a logical explanation. A coincidence? A weird reflection? But then, it looks at you, and you realize it knows. Throughout history, people have reported seeing their own double. And it's almost never a good thing. One of the most famous cases was Abraham Lincoln. A few days before his assassination, he reportedly saw his own reflection in a mirror, except there were two of them. One looked normal, the other was ghostly pale. His wife, naturally, did the reasonable thing and decided this meant he was going to die. And then, well, we all know how that turned out. Now, maybe Lincoln was tired. Maybe his brain just filled in an extra image. Or maybe it's just a glitch in the system. Maybe reality accidentally rendered two copies of you for a moment. Maybe you just got a glimpse of yourself in another timeline. Or maybe something else is trying to take your place. Either way, if you ever see someone who looks exactly like you, walk the other way. Fast. Sleep paralysis, the forced cutscene. You can't skip. It happens in the middle of the night. Your eyes snap open. You can see your room, your ceiling, the faint glow of the streetlight outside. Everything is normal, except you can't move. Not a single muscle. Your arms, your legs, completely locked. You try to call for help, but your voice won't come out. And then you feel it. A presence. Standing at the edge of your bed. This is sleep paralysis. And if you haven't experienced it yet, congratulations. You've avoided one of the worst free trial experiences that the human body has to offer. People describe it as being trapped inside your own body. Science calls it a simple sleep cycle disruption. During REM sleep, the body is in a state of muscle atonia to prevent acting out dreams. And if you break this sleep, your brain wakes up, but your muscles are still paralyzed. It's supposed to last a few seconds, maybe a minute at most, but to the people experiencing it, it can feel like a lifetime. And here's where it gets weird. Because for some reason, sleep paralysis doesn't just come with paralysis. It comes with company. People across different cultures, across history, across completely separate parts of the world, all describe seeing the exact same thing. A dark silhouette, watching them. If this is just a random brain glitch, why are millions of people hallucinating the exact same thing? There are two possible answers. One, the human brain is hardwired to hallucinate terrifying figures when it's in this state. A cruel little evolutionary prank designed to make an already terrible experience even worse. Or two, these things are always there. And sleep paralysis is just the one time you're actually able to see them. Spontaneous human combustion. The self-destruct glitch. Imagine you're sitting in your living room reading a book, sipping some tea. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then without warning, you burst into flames. Not like you knocked over a candle flames. Not like your clothes caught fire flames. No, you ignite from the inside out. And by the time someone finds you, there's nothing left but a pile of ash. And maybe a pair of legs that somehow survived. This is spontaneous human combustion, one of the strangest, most unsettling phenomena ever recorded. Science has a lot of answers, but on this one, they're beat. Some half-assed explanations include the wick effect, where body fat acts like candle wax, slowly burning the person over time. But if that's the case, why does it sometimes stop halfway? Take Margaret Hogan, for example, an unusually hot 89-year-old widow from Dublin. On March the 28th, 1970, she was found burned almost to nothing in her home. The plastic flowers on the table had melted into sludge, and the television screen 12 feet away was warped beyond recognition. And yet, her feet and both legs below the knees were untouched. An inquest was held. The official cause of death? Burning. The cause of the fire? Unknown. Which means either one, the human body has a hidden self-destruct button. 2, some people accidentally trigger an irreversible system error. 3, reality occasionally just all to 4 people in the most dramatic way possible. Whichever one it is, the conclusion is the same. If one day you start feeling a little too warm, and you're nowhere near an open flame, you might have about 3 seconds to figure out why. Quantum immortality, the real-life respawn glitch. You should be dead. That car missed you by inches. Lucky? Maybe. Or maybe you just don't die. Quantum immortality is the idea that every time you die, your consciousness jumps. Not to heaven, not to hell, but to the nearest reality where you survived. From your perspective, you never die. You just keep waking up in timelines where you barely made it. Take Frank Selleck, a man who should have died multiple times. In 1954, his train derailed into an icy river. 17 people drowned. He didn't. The next year, he was sucked out of a plane mid-flight and landed in a haystack. Then a bus crash, multiple car crashes, a car explosion, and finally he won the lottery. From his perspective, he never died. And that's the terrifying part. If quantum immortality is real, then you will never experience your own death. The versions of you that died, you don't remember them, because they're gone. But what happens when there's no timeline left where you survive? Is there a final game over? Or does reality just keep you going? And if that's the case, how long have you actually been alive?
You might want to go grab some tape, tape your jaw shut, because odds of your jaw being on the floor when you hear this story are high. But I'm happy to say it's the best ending to the worst story. Guys, this is the very first story I ever told on TikTok, and back then I pronounced her name wrong. I said Alison Botha, but I think it's Alison Botha. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm probably so wrong, but I just went to her TikTok profile to make sure I pronounced it correctly. She follows me. Alison, yeah, I'm never gonna get over that. Alison, message me, I need to talk. Nevertheless, this is the story of Alison Botha, one of the most insane stories I've ever heard to this day. Also, just want to say, in case Alison sees this, Alison, you were literally the biggest inspiration to so many people, and I look up to you so much, but let's get into it. The two perpetrators that Alison had the misfortune of meeting were France and Tiens. A little bit of background on both. France was the son to a policeman, childhood fine. When he was a teenager, not fine. He made friends with the wrong crowd, was an absolute menace, got expelled from school, causing him and his family to move to what was back then known as Port Elizabeth in South Africa. One of France's biggest and favorite hobbies became worshipping the devil. Yes, he got a girlfriend who claimed to be the head witch of a coven, and together they spent a lot of time doing rituals and manifesting demons. And I know Satanism doesn't always mean worshipping the devil, but in this case it does. France, who dropped out of school and started claiming that he was possessed by the devil. And then he went into the army. How scary is that? A man that is claiming to be possessed by the devil, being in charge and around so many weapons. He left the army, got married, had a baby, abandoned his family, got married again, had another baby, and throughout it all, he was still getting in trouble with the law, committing petty crimes, and continuing to claim that he had supernatural powers from Satan himself. At 26 years old, Franz meets 19-year-old Tiens. Tiens had a rough upbringing. He was not born into the greatest family, unfortunately. At 15 years old, he dropped out of school, turned to substances to coke, got involved in petty crime, and then eventually also joined the army. That was one of the things that him and Franz had in common, but Tiens also dated a witch girlfriend, and the two of them worshipped the devil together as well. Franz and Tiens met in June of 1994, and they would become a volatile pairing. Franz told his new friend Tiens that he possessed the power of the devil, and I think that Tiens started to look up to Franz a little bit. The two of them would go on to do horrible, disgusting things. They frequently visited graveyards in the middle of the night doing weird things, and then they would go on an SA spree. They would go out looking for women to attack an SA simply because they wanted to, and because Franz specifically thought that he deserved to, because he thought he was so attractive that women loved him, and he thought that he deserved to get whatever he wanted to get from them. Sick, sick, sick. On December 4th of 1994, Franz and Tiens essayed a victim together, a 21-year-old woman that was 3 months pregnant. After the attack, the woman went straight to the police station and reported it. Franz and Tiens got arrested, but released pending a further court appearance, and it was before that pending court appearance that Alison would be taken as their victim and put through things no human being should ever be put through, let alone survive. Alison surviving the things she was put through was unheard of. To me, there's no other way to describe it other than a miracle, truly. Alison Botha grew up a very happy and loved girl. Her mother raised her in a beautiful way, and she was really raised to be such an incredible person with nothing but love to give. At the time of this case, Alison was 27 years old, and she was thriving, living her best life. She had graduated school, spent a few years traveling around, and had chosen to settle down in what was known back then as Port Elizabeth in South Africa. December 18th of 1994, it was a Sunday. After a fun night out with her friends, Alison came home after dropping off one of her friends at her apartment. She pulled into her parking lot, pulls in, parks her car, turns her car off, and all of a sudden someone swings open her driver's side door, and Alison is caught so off guard. But she sees a man standing right outside her door with a sharp weapon. That man was 26-year-old Franz. He looked at her and said, quote, "Move over or I will kill you," end quote. At first, Franz keeps telling Alison that he's not going to hurt her. He says that he just needs her car for something. Big fat lie. Franz asks Alison what her name is. She quits quick on her feet and tells him a fake name. Alison asks Franz what his name is, and he also gives a fake name. And Alison is trying to keep her calm, incredibly good under the worst kind of pressure, but she is pleading for him to let her out of the car. She says, "Just let me out, you can keep the car." But Franz, of course, has bad intentions, and he tells her that he just needs to go and find his friend, so they drive to go find this friend. The friend, who is none other than 19-year-old Tiens. Tiens gets in the back of the car, and his eyes look scary. They're just black. They just look evil, and I imagine Allison's stomach turned at just the sight of him. This was late at night, by the way. It was dark outside, and Franz drove the three of them until there was no other cars around, and he pulled into a secluded area. Tienz gets out of the car, leaving Franz and Allison alone, and Franz turns to her and says, "Are you going to fight?" And then he continues to SA her aggressively. Allison, in that moment, remembers trying to keep her dignity, aware of what was going on, but she kept thinking to herself, "He is doing this to your body, not to you. Your mind is safe. He can't touch your mind. You will get through this." She just kept repeating that to herself over and over again, trying to disassociate from what was going on, from the terrible situation that she was in. After Franz was done, he looked at Tienz outside of the car and asked him if he wanted to SA Allison, talking about her in the most degrading manner. And Tienz says yes, and he goes in the car and he takes his turn in SAing her. After that, the two of them stand there and discuss if they should let Allison go or if they should kill her. And remember, the two of them are pending a court appearance for the SA case they just committed 14 days ago. So the two of them, in their little pea-sized brains, they're like, no, we shouldn't let her go, because if we let her go and she goes to the police, we will get more trouble. So the two of them think that they have no other choice but to murder her. They're having this discussion right in front of Allison, and because their brains are so small, they're talking amongst themselves, they're using their real names, Franz and Tienz, and Allison takes note of that, which is very important. But before she knew it, Allison was outside of the car on the ground. Franz was on top of her, attacking her with both of his hands around her neck, using as much force as he could, to the point where he crushed her windpipe, cutting off her air supply completely, causing Allison to zone out. Then Franz grabbed the sharp weapon, took it to Allison's stomach over and over again, the frenzy attack 35 times, and him and Tienz thought that that would be it, but then they realized that Allison was still alive, so they took the sharp weapon across her neck 16 times. And remember, Franz had crushed Allison's windpipe with his hands, and unknowingly so, when he took the sharp weapon, he cut through the windpipe, giving her air supply again. So basically, he did the opposite of what he was trying to do. Allison regains consciousness. She comes back to it when she hears Franz and Tienz again talking amongst themselves about whether or not they think she's still alive. When she hears this, she stays as still as she possibly can to make them think that she isn't. And it works. They leave her there, deciding that there was no possible way that she could have survived that attack. They throw her clothes that were inside of the car out of the car, and they drive off in her car. Allison is left there, lying on the ground in the dark, in the middle of nowhere, attempting to assess the situation, trying to figure out what to do next, and I don't even know how. She had at least 50 injuries. I don't even know how your mind can come up with a clear thought, but she's trying to think when she hears a gurgling sound. She's confused for a second until she realizes that that sound is coming from her throat. The sound was her windpipe. They're just going in and out through it because she can't control it. She goes to feel her neck with her hand, but she feels nothing. Because her injuries are so severe, there's just a massive gaping hole, and she feels nothing but blood. Allison laid on that floor, and she thought, I'm not going to let them get away with this. I'm not going to let them do this to another person. She thought that at the very least she would do what she could to hope and try and help her attackers get caught, which was when she took the little strength that she had left and wrote their names on the sand, Franz and Tienz. Right after that, she wrote on the sand what she wanted people to know that she was thinking about before she passed. She took her hand and she wrote, I love Mom. And then Allison continued to lay there thinking that this was the end, but it wasn't. And Allison said, quote, I realized my life was too valuable to let go of, and that gave me the courage to survive, end quote. That gives me chills every time. Also, now is a good time for me to tell you, if you have a queasy stomach, you should probably go. Allison started to move, thinking, I may as well give it my all. I'm not going to go down without a fight. When she started to get up on her feet, she was on her hands and knees when she felt something wet and something slimy on her feet. It was her intestines. Franz and Tienz had injured her abdomen so bad that her intestines were falling out of her body. She struggled trying to gather them back together, putting them back inside of her. When she noticed that her shirt had been thrown out of the car, she grabbed the shirt and used that to pack her intestines inside of her and pulled it as close as she could against her to try and keep them in. And Allison tried to stand back up again, but then her vision went black. She couldn't see anything, so she's holding her intestines in with one hand. And with the other, she reaches up to her eyes to see what's going on, but she feels nothing. There's nothing there. Because of the injuries to her neck and her throat, her head was hanging off backwards. She couldn't see because her head was halfway detached off her body. So with her only free hand, she reaches up to her head behind her body, pulls her head forward, kind of back in place, helping her vision return temporarily. She's literally holding her body together with both of her hands. I have no clue the strength it must have taken is hard for me to comprehend. Allison managed to drag herself onto the road, the full moon lighting her path, hoping that somebody would stop and rescue her. When she got to the road, she collapsed. She saw headlights. One car drove towards her, but straight past her, but the second car stopped, thankfully. In that car was a man called Tian, not to be confused with the perpetrator Tian. Other people were in the car as well, but he was a vet, so he had some sort of medical knowledge, and he was an absolute hero that night. As soon as he saw Allison's injuries, he ripped off his shirt and used it to apply pressure on Allison's injuries. He also noticed that Allison's thyroid was out of her neck, and he had some knowledge in medicine, obviously, so he knew how to place the thyroid back in place somehow, while one of his other friends called 911. The ambulance took so long to get there, 2 hours, 2 whole hours, what do you mean? But the entire time Tian was trying to do everything that he could to keep Allison with him. He came up with a system for her to squeeze his hand in response to him because she couldn't speak, obviously. And he kept telling her over and over again, you have the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen, please keep them open, please keep them open. After 2 hours, the ambulance arrived, rushed Allison to the hospital, and the entire time Tian refused to leave her side. Allison was immediately taken into surgery. The wound to her neck was so severe the doctors could see the top of her spine. Those doctors had to put in so much work to save her life, but luckily the doctor that was on call that night was a throat specialist. Like, what are the odds of that? I don't know, but the odds were in Allison's favor. Doctors have said if Tian didn't put her thyroid back in place or whatever he did, then Allison would not have made it. It was also found that the injuries to her stomach somehow missed every vital organ, and the injuries to her neck and throat missed every major artery. If that was not the case, then Allison would not have made it to see another day. Absolutely insane. But after hours of surgery, Allison survived, and she went into ICU for recovery. She couldn't talk after her surgery, obviously, so when talking to authorities, she just wrote down on a piece of paper her attacker's names. But get this, police said, that's not good enough, we need you to say their names out loud. What? So the tube that Allison was literally using to breathe was taken out long enough so that Allison could say out loud, my attackers were Franz and Tian. And only after that did police go and immediately arrest them. And when they were arrested, officers told them that they were wanted for SA and attempted murder. And they were so confused about the attempted murder because they thought there was absolutely no chance that Allison had survived that, but against all odds, she had. They were both charged with 8 charges. They pled guilty and were sentenced to life in prison in August of 1995 with no parole. Oh, and by the way, in trial, Franz tried to blame his actions on the fact that he was possessed by Satan. So there's that. Allison was discharged from the hospital on New Year's Eve. She moved back in with her mom, who helped take care of her. But she still had so much recovery to do, not only physically but also emotionally. But Allison knew that she wanted to use her story to help others. So she started traveling around the world, telling her stories in at least 35 countries, helping inspire other survivors to come forward and tell their stories as well. Since then, she has written 2 books, and Allison has said, quote, the attack has put me on this path where I get to travel the world and help inspire other people, end quote. Allison met and married a man, and I think they are now separated, but doctors had told her that because of her injury, she would not be able to have her own child, but I'm so happy to say that she was. Allison fell pregnant, and she was able to carry her child full term, and Tian, our lovely hero Tian, became a doctor after that incident, and he was one of the doctors who helped to birth Allison's second child. How cute is that? Oh, and one more thing that's going to make you guys mad for a second. In July 2023, after only serving 28 years, Franz and Tian were granted parole and placed under supervision. When that happened, Allison posted on her Facebook page, she said, quote, the day I hoped and prayed would never come. And I was asked, how will you feel if they ever get parole? My immediate answer was always, I'm hoping I'll never find out, end quote. Absurd. The people that did that are allowed to just be free and walk free? What do you mean? Because actually, what do you mean? But I'm so happy to say that this year, in 2025, the decision to grant them parole was taken back. So both of them were sent back to jail, thankfully, and they will remain in custody. Which makes me so incredibly glad for Allison, like thank God. And I want to end this video with a quote from Allison. It reads, quote, remind yourself that you do not have to take responsibility for what others do. Life is not a collection of what happens to you, but of how you've responded to what has happened to you, end quote. I've known this story for a long time, and every single time that I talk about it or read about it or hear about it, it makes me want to cry. Again, Allison, on the off chance that you're seeing this, I'm going to message you right now. I would feel incredibly grateful to have the chance to talk to you, and I hope that I told your story the way that you would want to have it told. But yeah, that's it from me today. Thank you for spending time with me today and for listening to Allison's insane, inspiring story. I hope you guys are having the best day. Now go do something to make it the best day, make somebody happy, and I will see you in my next video. Massive kiss on the forehead to every single one of you.
Dude, when I originally saw that video, I didn't even see the full video. I saw like, I'll say 30 seconds, and I was like, I'm gonna watch it with you. So then, that's honestly one of the craziest stories I've probably ever heard in like the last 5 years. Like, that is actually ridiculous. The fact that she even had the strength to like get up and actually the willpower to survive is beyond me. I feel like, if anything, that's a real glitch in the Matrix. Like, everything was so like perfect for her to survive that encounter that it was just like, how? But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, she's probably making good money, she's exploring the world, she's getting to do things she wanted to do. So you know what I'm saying, God probably has a bigger plan for her, so good for her.
In ancient Egypt, the pharaoh was considered a living god, so even a single fly landing on him was unacceptable. To solve this, servants were sometimes covered head to toe in honey, turning them into walking fly traps. They'd stand near the pharaoh for hours, their sticky skins swarming with insects, all just to ensure the ruler remained undisturbed. It wasn't a punishment. It was their royal duty.
Visual snow. Static is now part of the scene. Imagine being born with static in your vision, a constant overlay of pixelated, flickering dots, like an old CRT television stuck between channels. That's visual snow, and it's not your eyes, it's your brain. Or more specifically, your visual processor introducing digital noise into the feed. Think of it like a corrupted display buffer. The source material, reality, is clean, but the rendered output is distorted. People with visual snow don't just see the world, they see the static layered over it. Always. Bright room or dark room. Eyes open or eyes closed. It's a glitch that never blinks. And the wild part, most people don't realize it's abnormal. They think it's just how sight works. Which means some of us may be walking around with bugs in our perception pipeline and never even know it. If your eyes are the camera, but your brain is the video editor, what happens when the editor adds noise without telling you it's there? The scary truth, you just trust your feed, even when it's corrupted.
It is now becoming a trend to mass unfollow popular influencer James Charles after what he recently just did. I'm not gonna lie, if you haven't came across this mass unfollow James Charles trend that is currently taking place on his TikTok page, let's just say he is literally losing millions of followers by the day, if not the hour. And within the span of like 10 minutes, James Charles has already lost another 100,000 followers. And by the time of recording this video, let's just say this trend is definitely working. And by the time you end up seeing this video, he could have already lost millions of more. Even people in the comments had something actually crazy to say about this whole James unfollowing, mass unfollowing trend. Real ones never followed him. People have been trying to tell James Charles he's a bad person since 2020. James Charles mass unfollowing. To be completely honest, James Charles definitely deserves this mass unfollowing trend right now. If you haven't heard about this whole situation and drama he's currently in with Kayla and the reasoning behind it. So like I said, this is the reason why James Charles is happening this mass unfollowing trend. And by the time you see this video, he could have already lost millions of more. And I'm curious to know your thoughts about this whole situation.
This is huge. The world's first psychic competition and educational conference is coming to Charlottesville, Virginia this August. Literally, you have the chance to work with world-renowned experts in the field of consciousness and psychic abilities to workshop your own abilities to learn about your own potential, to just like, there will be game. Imagine us just like watching people compete when they're doing literal psychic stuff. Not to mention, this is like right around the corner from the Monroe Institute, and you guys know I love the Monroe Institute. If you're not familiar, go check out my page, I talk about it. If not, just Google it. This is going to be like opportunity of a lifetime, open to the public. Kids are welcome. There will be stuff specifically for kids. And if you have kids under the age of 14, they get in for free, and your ticket is 30% off. I'm going to be there, my family's going to be there, my dad is going to be lecturing, and my brother Ryan is going to be a judge of the competition. And something special for my followers, I have a discount code, 20% off your ticket. Tickets are selling out fast. So if you want to go, use this discount. I don't get commission. I'm just helping the sightings because I love the people involved, and I think it's going to be really amazing. I super believe in this. Claim your spot before they run out. Bring some friends. If you're planning on going, let me know in the comments. And if you're there and you happen to see me, I would love for you to come say hey. So come hang out with us at the sightings.
Sir. Oh. Any issue here, guys?
He will show me his identification.
Is there a problem, sir?
No problem. I promise you, everything's fine. I need you both to go away, please.
No, you can't tell us to go away. I'm asking you ID.
I know, now I have to see my ID. Once I see the two places you can check it are TSA, and when I'm providing my work as small as you, please
You're definitely not going to threaten me, sir. Why is it? You don't have it on your person?
You don't need to see it right now.
Yes, I do. In several places throughout this scenario.
Sir, you know something? This is a 3-year case. You don't leave the reminder. Just I'm going to sit right there and you're going to read me. You got that?
Sorry, sir.
Thank you.
Guys, did we just witness the glitch in the Matrix? Okay. I'm going to show you if you can explain it, because we can't figure it out. And I would have stitched with this guy's video that my husband saw on TikTok, but it's grayed out and I can't. So we're going to try to recreate it. But when he was doing it, he had a really long mirror in his bathroom, so there were more angles to look from the side. Anyways, here you go. Okay, so the deal is, when he covers up his reflection, we shouldn't be able to see it, right? Or be able to see him, right? But depending on the angle, I'm behind the towel. How can we still see him? The towel's covering him.
I think I know.
I can see you. There. How was that? If the towel's covering your face. Okay.
Dude, every time I see stuff like that, I'd be thinking that's probably how people or whatever aliens or whatever the heck in the fourth dimension probably see us. We probably try, like, you know what I'm saying? They probably could see through stuff like that. I made a comment on one of my past videos, like, how is it even possible? And I don't know, like, multiple people in my comments just started roasting me, like, dude, have you not been to school? Like, just stay in school longer. I was just like, my bad for asking.
It appears that this woman just vanishes into thin air during a routine traffic stop, and the police dash cam along with body cam catch it on camera.
We're trying to be pulled over.
Alright, can I see your driver's license and registration, please?
Yeah.
Not a big deal.
Here's my license, but this is my mom's car, so...
Where are you headed to where you're speeding and missing stop signs?
I was just headed to a friend's house. It's like literally right there. It's a birthday party. Oh my god.
Any drugs or alcohol in the vehicle?
No, it's not.
Alright, sit tight, sir. I'll be right back. Your registration is just... What the...
Sarah?
What the heck? Sarah?
Here's the dash cam angle.
Right there. It's a birthday party. Oh my god.
Any drugs or alcohol in the vehicle?
No, it's not.
Alright, sit tight, sir. I'll be right back. Your registration is just... What the...
Sarah?
If you were traveling on I-26 westbound last night, coming out of Columbia, South Carolina, say around 8, 9 o'clock p.m., what kind of glitch in the Matrix did we drive through last night? I saw some very questionable things on the interstate last night. So much so that I was this close to making a U-turn through those, or attempting to make a U-turn through those cables in the median on the interstate. I was really scared. I am not going to really dive deep into what I saw last night, because I want somebody who also saw what I saw to jump in the comments or jump in my DMs, because I need my husband and my best friend to know that I'm not crazy. Listen, I was by myself last night. I was on my way home from Tampa, and I was not delirious. I had adequate sleep. I just downed a freaking Starbucks coffee, so I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, okay? I know what I saw, and I need somebody else to also confirm what I saw. So drop it in the comments, drop it in the DMs. Hopefully there's a part 2 coming soon.
Brown eyes. Brown eyes are brown because they contain a high concentration of melanin, the pigment responsible for coloring your skin, your hair, and yes, your eyes. In the iris, melanin acts like a shield. It absorbs light rather than scattering it. So while blue or green eyes reflect light in a way that creates a visible hue, brown eyes pull light inward. This is why brown eyes seem deeper, darker, and more grounded. From an evolutionary perspective, brown was humanity's starting point. The earliest humans had brown eyes because they evolved near the equator, under harsh, bright sunlight. Melanin wasn't just pigment, it was protection. Brown eyes were nature's built-in sunglasses, filtering out UV rays and reducing glare long before Ray-Bans existed. That's why, even today, over 70% of the global population has brown eyes. It's not just a color, it's a legacy. Culturally, brown eyes have been linked to warmth, reliability, and stability. But they've also been described as mysterious, serious, even intimidating. Why? Because brown eyes are hard to read. They don't change with the light. They don't flash with emotion the way lighter eyes sometimes do. They absorb rather than reveal. But under certain lighting, low sun, candlelight, late afternoon haze, something strange happens. Brown eyes start to glow. Not bright blue, not green, but amber, honey, liquid gold. It's the melanin again, scattering light just enough to reveal what's been hiding underneath. Like an old texture map with a secret layer only visible in specific conditions. In those moments, they feel ancient. Like they're not just seeing you, they're remembering you. Blue eyes. Blue eyes aren't actually blue. Not in the way you think. There's no blue pigment inside the iris. What you're seeing is the light scattering through layers of tissue, a phenomenon called Rayleigh scattering. Yes, the same reason the sky looks blue and sunsets bleed orange. The iris, the colored part of the eye, is made up of fibrous layers. These layers contain almost no melanin in blue eyes. Melanin is the pigment that makes eyes brown, black, or hazel. When light enters the eye, shorter blue wavelengths are scattered in all directions. Longer wavelengths like red and yellow pass through or get absorbed. This scattered blue light bounces back through your pupil and out into the world, tricking everyone, including you, into believing your eyes are actually blue. But they're not. They're transparent. What you're seeing is the color of light's confusion. Every blue-eyed person on Earth, roughly 8% of the population, traces their eye color back to a single genetic mutation that occurred 6,000 to 10,000 years ago. Somewhere near the Black Sea, in one human, a tiny change occurred in a gene called OCA2, a gene responsible for melanin production. But instead of breaking the code completely, it just dimmed the switch. It limited how much melanin was produced in the iris. And suddenly, the eye didn't absorb light anymore. It scattered it. That one mutation spread from person to person, generation to generation, until millions now carry the glitch, green eyes. Once you see them, they never leave your memory. Only about 2% of the world's population has green eyes. That's rarer than red hair, rarer than being born with 12 fingers. Why? Because green eyes are a chemical contradiction. They exist on the edge of a pigment glitch, a perfect storm between biology and light. To get green eyes, the body has to balance just the right amount of two things: melanin, the brown-black pigment responsible for dark eyes and skin, lipochrome, a yellowish pigment found in the iris. Most people have too much melanin, and their eyes come out brown. Some people have almost none. So light scatters off their irises, and their eyes appear blue. But green eyes, they need just enough melanin to darken the iris, and just enough lipochrome to tint the light that bounces off it. Then you add the final ingredient, Rayleigh scattering, the same thing that makes the sky blue. Light enters the eye, hits the iris structure, and reflects back, but now it's been bent, and the result is green, a rendered illusion so delicate that the smallest tweak in pigment breaks the effect entirely. Green eyes don't sit still. They shift in different lights: gold, jade, moss, steel. They look calm in the shade, then snap with energy in sunlight. Like they've got a secret loaded behind the iris, waiting to be triggered. Green eyes aren't just rare. They're unstable beauty, an optical accident that stayed.
So, do y'all remember that lady that was like, that guy in the back is not real on the plane? So, I just recently went down that rabbit hole, and apparently she went missing for like a period of time. And when she popped back up, Reddit users made this whole discovery, and it went viral because her pictures did not look the same at all whatsoever from before she was missing and after she was missing. And it low-key made me think of the movie They Cloned Tyrone, because it can't be a coincidence that this goes viral, right? She says a dude in the back is not real. She comes back, and now all of a sudden she looks different. And I think she's like right-wing or something. Like, people hate her for some conservative thing that she's doing. It seems like it's fitting together too well. And I'm gonna put my tinfoil hat on real quick. Let's just say TikTok is for entertainment purposes only. None of it's true. Anyway, yeah, let's just say she was cloned, okay? I know I sound crazy, but let's just say, like, something happened to her and she came back. Of course, everybody hates conservatives right now. Everyone's like, oh, right wing is this, right wing is that. What if they made sure that the person or thing that came back that's impersonating her made sure to be hated, so that people would discredit what she was saying? Yo, like, the more I learn about what's going on behind the scenes, the more I question everything. Because you can't tell me, like, all of a sudden she has these strong opinions on the conservative side when literally all of America is, like, against the conservatives right now. Y'all already know what happens to people that go viral and see things that aren't supposed to be seen, aka Andrew Dawson, and look where he's at right now, no longer with us. Yeah. And then, crazy enough, this is the creepiest part, apparently someone hacked, like, the IP address of where her last photo was taken when the whole conspiracy theory was going, and it showed up as right next to the White House. Why would she be right next to the White House? And y'all know the people that be doing the things behind the scenes, they're in the White House. I don't know. It's just a little crazy. I've always been very intrigued about that situation because I truly believe that she saw something. I think she saw something. I don't know about reptilians. Like, y'all have been asking me to get into reptilians so much. Like, I really don't know much about that topic. But at the very least, she saw something. Like, something within the spiritual realm. The veil was lifted for her for a second. I don't know. It just, you cannot tell me that wasn't the case. And people are like, oh, she was intoxicated or she was on a substance. If she was on a substance, I honestly would believe her even more. Because y'all know that the demonic realm uses substances to make you more spiritually unalert, so that they can get a hold of you easily. Why do y'all think so many serial unalivers are always on substances or drinking? You know what I'm saying? Or why do you guys think that people that just turn around and unalive their whole family, that unalive themselves, are on some kind of substance? Because it's a gateway between the realms. So honestly, if she was on something, I would believe her even more. I don't know, y'all. I still make sure you like and follow. Comment down below what you think, because I'm really interested to hear what you have to say.
A woman suddenly lost consciousness while a fake doctor was performing an illegal laser treatment on her. And instead of taking her to the hospital, he shoved her body into a suitcase. He left this suitcase in his garage for weeks while her family and police searched for her. To hide the evidence, he buried her body in the garage and poured concrete over it. The remains were discovered nearly a year later, and the man was sent to prison.
When you fall asleep, your brain paralyzes your entire body. It's supposed to stop you from acting out your dreams, so you don't punch a wall or dive out of bed thinking you're flying. But sometimes the timing's off. Your brain wakes up, but forgets to turn your body back on. So you're trapped, fully conscious, but completely frozen. Your mind's still half dreaming, so it starts projecting things. Figures in the dark, pressure on your chest. It's called sleep paralysis. And when it happens, there's nothing you can do.
We have just got a look inside the $400 million jet that Qatar wants to give to Trump. The Boeing 747-8 will be the most expensive gift ever given to the U.S. by a foreign entity in history. And now, thanks to an aircraft specification summary that was posted when the jet was on sale several years ago, we can now see that it is fitted with a massive 3 lounges, 2 bedrooms, 9 bathrooms, 5 kitchens, and a private office. Its upper and lower deck is a staggering 4,500 square feet, which, if you think about it, is almost 4 times the size of an average 3-bedroom apartment in New York City. And normally a plane of this size would carry around 450 people, but of course with all the added luxury, it'll now only carry about 100. But problem is, this plane is, yes, luxury, but it's not presidential, meaning the US would still need to spend millions more to install the necessary security equipment, communications, and defense capabilities. Plus, accepting it could violate a clause in the Constitution which prohibits presidents from accepting foreign gifts. But Trump said that it's not for him, it's for the Defense Department, and that he would be, quote, a stupid person to not accept it. But what do you think? Should the US accept this plane or not?
I don't know. I feel like people just waste their time, like, complaining about the wrong thing. If bro wants to accept the gift, let him accept the gift. Who cares? At the end of the day, they're like, oh my god, he accepted a gift. As a president, you shouldn't accept a gift. It's just like, who cares? There's people in the world that are dying. There's bigger problems. You know what I'm saying? All I'm just saying is I feel like accepting that is just like the least of the world's problems right now. Yeah, but these videos were hella interesting. One that stood out to me was that girl that got SA'd and severely, like, almost decapitated, and she's Dela here survived, that was the craziest story I've ever heard in like a long time.
The Egyptians were doing, I think they were the most advanced civilization that ever existed. I don't think we could do what they did. The precision in which they built it, I really don't think we can do that. Just the symmetry of the faces of the statues is unparalleled, and they're immense. These are monstrously huge, perfectly symmetrical faces.
Right.
Their temples are insanely intricate.
They were incredibly advanced.
Incredibly advanced.
With math, with science, with technology.
Certainly with geometry. 20-ton gigantic stone blocks that were taken from a mountain 500 miles away. No one has any idea how the fuck they got there.
Nobody has any clue.
No guess.
Right.
There's some guesses about, oh, maybe the river system was different back then. Whatever. How are you getting that 50-ton chunk of granite out of a fucking mountain and moving it down even with modern equipment? How are you getting it over the mountain?
What was the worst year in history? According to historians, 536 AD is believed to be the worst. But why was it so bad? Europe, the Middle East, and Asia were plunged into a 24-hour darkness for 18 months straight. The darkness led to global temperatures dropping significantly, which in turn meant crops and irrigation failed, leading to mass starvation. This was the result of a volcanic eruption in Iceland, which spread thick ash clouds across the northern hemisphere, blocking out the sun. This created the ideal conditions for the bubonic plague to spread throughout the Mediterranean, which resulted in the death of 25 to 50 million deaths, which at the time was half of the world's population. It was also a time of political instability in Europe and the Middle East, with the Gothic War between the Byzantine Empire and the Ostrogothic Kingdom, causing many cities to be destroyed. On top of all that, this year marked the beginning of the Dark Ages, which is characterized by economic, intellectual, and cultural decline.
Operation Sea Spray. In 1950, the Navy wanted to test the vulnerability of a city like San Francisco to a biological weapons attack in a project called Operation Sea Spray. To do so, they released two types of bacteria, Serratia marcescens and Bacillus globigii, into San Francisco Bay. The operation happened between September 20th and 27th, and the bacteria were released from a ship off the coast of San Francisco. It is said that they did this because they thought they would have been harmless to humans, but on October 11th, 11 residents checked into Stanford Hospital in San Francisco with a very rare serious urinary tract infections. 10 of them recovered, but one man, who had had recent prostate surgery, died 3 weeks later from a heart valve infection. His relatives later tried to sue the government, but they lost because the bacteria used in the test was unproven to be responsible for his death. The urinary tract outbreak was so unusual that the Stanford doctors wrote it up for a medical journal. None of the other hospitals in the city reported similar spikes in cases, and all 11 victims had urinary tract infections following medical procedures, suggesting that the source of their infections was inside the hospital. Cases of pneumonia in San Francisco also increased after Serratia marcescens was released, even though a causal relationship has not been established. Overall, the Army determined that San Francisco had received enough of the dose for nearly all of the city's 800,000 residents to inhale at least 5,000 of the particles, which is within the range of infamy for anthrax.
I'm very fascinated with the Native Americans, and I love to collect feathers when I find them on my journeys and my vision quests. And I was given this on 3/19 of 94, and I just want to share this with you. It's primarily about the Native Americans and the original intent behind them wearing the feather. In the ancient way, your native red American races understood the nature of the birds. The birds are very sensitive to magnetic fields and microwave energy, as you call it. They will migrate along the Earth energy grids, and their wings, which are made up primarily of feathers, were to be watched as they were very sensitive. To watch and follow the birds is to know which way the Earth's magnetic flows are moving. They would also, the Native American races, camp off these magnetic flows because the radiation would become harmful in time. But the feathers are very sensitive to energy fields and magnetic fields. They are, in fact, an antenna. But the feather would attract telepathic communication with all the tribe. As the chief would think or quietly discuss plans The rest of the tribe would in the ancient days receive the message with few or no words. Isn't that cool? That's my wife. I should wear feather in my ears. Now, what's really interesting is that most of our cities are built on the magnetic grids. There's a lot of folks sick in the inner city. There's a lot of turmoil in the inner cities. Okay? Because we're not in balance. And of course, we persecuted the Indians because their knowledge was different than ours. Okay. The quiet science of archaeology has and will discover more and more of our ancient history, including extraterrestrial civilizations. There is going to be the acknowledgement of a temple complex that belonged to Lemuria that is apparently still intact, lying approximately 150 miles southwest of Easter Island. I'm told it's huge. I've also been told the Russians already know it's there. They have photographed it and explored it in many submarines. We are going to discover the consciousness. I know you guys already know this. But for those who aren't here, we are going to discover that consciousness is not in the brain, but is located in its entirety in the energy field and or aura. And that energy field is the 4 to 14 ounces the body loses at the moment of death. Okay, I know you guys know that. Let's see. UFOs. Okay, apparently there have been discussions amongst benevolent councils, and I will only speak for the Andromeda Council because that's what Mornay has told me, that they have told all of the negative extraterrestrials in and or on our planet and on the moon to be out of here no later than August 12th, the year 2003. I've also been told that there's a very high probability that we could wake up some morning in that area of time and our moon will not be here. That is because it is the first stage of defense. And they will literally hit it with a tractor beam and pull it away from us if they're going to do battle. Because if they were to attack it to get in here for whatever reason and it were to explode, everything would be for naught. Now, when I first talked about this, there were some people that were very upset. Geez, what about the ocean and waves and my moon cycle?
I don't know who you is, but I am real strong. I don't know who you is, nigga. Don't come on my stream like that.
So I went back to Mornay and I said,
don't come on my stream
I've
like
got some gripes about the moon disappearing.
Maybe if you'd
And
have
he
told
says,
me
well,
the
we'll
first
just get you
time it
another one.
started, you know what I'm saying, you would have seen it. And I just have it just sitting.
And I said, you'll make sure we have all right.
You know what I'm saying? You don't know anything about my stream, so you wouldn't know that.
Apparently, all that would really happen would be that the oceans would become lakes. We wouldn't have the tides, and we probably wouldn't have the crazy attitudes and stuff like that. I asked them about astrology.
I will find.
And I want you to know this is their
As a
perspective.
matter of fact,
Okay? Does everybody hear what I just said? Okay. Their perspective is that it's not accurate. That the purpose for charting the stars, what originally we were taught and left with, was because they needed to know the magnetic flows of the stars in the systems for space travel. And that somehow we have taken that and made an entirely new, different belief system out of that knowledge.
I'll just give you one example. If you go to McDonald's, anywhere in the world, you will find French fries or chips, and you will find that they're always made from the same potato, the russet Burbank potato. This is a potato from America that's unusually long and difficult to grow, but that's what they want because when you're McDonald's, you like those red boxes, a little bouquet of very long chips. It looks really good. And so they insist that all their potatoes be russet eggs. They further insist that they have no blemishes at all. There's a very common defect of russet Burbank potatoes called net necrosis. You see potatoes with little brown lines sometimes or spots that come through it. Well, McDonald's won't buy them if your potatoes have them. And the only way to eliminate that is to eliminate an aphid. And the only way to do that is with a pesticide called Monitor. That is so toxic that the farmers who grow these potatoes in Idaho won't venture outside into their fields for 5 days after they spray. And then when they harvest their potatoes, they have to put them in these atmosphere-controlled sheds the size of a football stadium because they're not edible for 6 weeks. They have to off-gas all the chemicals. So you see, the desire for a certain kind of chip leads to a certain kind of agriculture.
If you're ever in the ocean, you hear a super deep roar, you probably shouldn't swim in that direction, because it might be the bloop. The bloop is a name given to the sound of an ultra-low frequency that was recorded in the South Pacific Ocean off the coast of South America. It sounded like this. Early speculations was that the sound was from a very large, undiscovered marine mammal due to its deepness. But in 2012, although they didn't know for sure, scientists decided it was more likely a giant iceberg that was cracking and breaking away from Antarctica. However, guys, this is a map of all the unmapped areas of the ocean floor around the world. Literally 80% has not been seen. Who are we to say the bloop isn't out there terrorizing the ocean, eating whales or boats? Tell me what you guys think. I'm on Team Bloop.
This is everything we know so far about the beauty influencer who was shot in while she was live streaming. So yesterday, 23-year-old Mexican model and content creator Valeria Marquez was live streaming on TikTok from her beauty salon in the city of Zapopan as she normally did. She was chatting with viewers while waiting for someone who her friend said would deliver her an expensive gift from a fan, a gift that she had to receive in person. After waiting for a while, she grew impatient and she said to the chat that she was going to leave since it was getting late. It was around 6:30 p.m. But her friend, also an influencer named Vibin, urged her to stay. Not long later, and then finally arrived on a motorcycle. She looks up at him as he approaches and he asks her, "Are you Valeria?" She responds, "Yes," and then mutes the live stream, anticipating a conversation. Only moments later, horrified viewers watched as she was multiple times in the torso and the head. She collapses against the table, but never letting go of the stuffed pig that she received as a gift earlier that day. The live stream was only ended when someone believed to be her friend Vivian, but not confirmed, picked up the phone and turned it off. Tragically, this footage is being spread across the internet and social media platforms are still scrambling to take it down. The state prosecutor office confirmed that they are investigating this case as a femicide of a woman for gender-based reasons. In fact, this marks the 8th femicide investigation in her state this month alone. Now, the police themselves haven't officially named the suspects, but local media reports point to a man known as LRR. He's supposedly the leader of one of the local cartel gangs. They describe him as one of the most violent criminals in the country. Now, authorities have revealed that Valeria and LRR have dated for several months, and they say that it is possible that he was enraged by the attention and the expensive gifts that she'd been receiving from her fans online. It also turns out, according to local media reports, that he has been linked to multiple celebrities and influencers in the past as well. However, it is important to note that the police haven't officially named him as the main suspect, but of course, I'll keep you guys updated.
Dude, that is crazy. The influencer, that thing is always crazy because I remember hearing about the story, I forgot his name. This is a Jamaican influencer that live streams a lot, and he also got on camera. There's a couple of them. I think there was like 2 of them that I think it was like 3 of them that actually got shot on camera live. And it's like the craziest thing. I feel like I'm gonna start calling it like the TikTok live stream effect, because there's way too many influencers that literally on camera live in front of their people. Like, that's scary, dude.
I was there at the Bayside Mall with my family, and we all saw exactly what happened. Don't pay attention to a lot of the videos that are out there. I feel like a lot of people are trying to use this for clout. But what happened, we all saw what happened, and it's pretty serious. It's been a few days, but our whole family's processing it. But I think we've kind of accepted that we were a part of this weird experience and moment. So basically what happened was I was there with my brother Brian, my sister and my nephew. We were looking for shoes for my nephew, And then we see a whole crowd of people outside the store, just running out in a direction. So, as soon as we saw it, we were like, oh shit, what's going on? So we immediately ran out with our nephew, and we picked him up and we ran out and we followed the crowd. And then about like a few seconds later, as soon as we started running, my nephew, he's autistic, so he was pointing behind us and he was saying "blanky," which he'll usually say whenever he feels unsafe or scared. And he was pointing behind us. So me and my brother, we look behind us, and then we see these 3 9-10 foot tall creatures. I'm not gonna say aliens. Everyone keeps saying it's aliens. I'm not saying aliens because I don't know what it was. None of us really knew. Everyone, all of us stopped in our tracks. We, a whole bunch of people were pointing at it. There were other people running. There was a crowd. As soon as it made itself more apparent, it looked like it was glitching. Not like a computer pixelation, but like a wavy glitch. And whatever maybe was covering them had, unveiled or whatever. It looked like a glitch, man. It was like a weird glitch in the Matrix or whatever. And then you could see it in its full form, all 3 of them. And then, they were all black. You saw eyes, and you could faintly see like lips. But I was about like 20 feet away, because obviously everybody gave it distance, right? And they're tall, so we all just like looked at them. They were just standing there, and the thing that was a little bit weird, it was clearly like observing us. It was sentient, right? Like whatever. I don't know, but it was aware of us. It looked at us, the whole crowd, and then as soon as it started walking with its big legs, like.
Today's news in only 60 seconds. Let's begin. Trump's visit to the Middle East brought in huge investments, and the trip isn't over yet. Qatar Airways signed a deal for up to 210 Boeing jets during Trump visit, a $1.2 trillion economic commitment with Qatar, and a Saudi Arabian promise to invest $600 billion in the U.S. California Governor Gavin Newsom proposes cutting back on healthcare benefits for undocumented immigrants to balance the state's budget. RFK Jr. stood in front of Congress today and was grilled on budget cuts, measles vaccine, and even got interrupted by protesters inside the Capitol. Putin's scheduled meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky on Thursday doesn't seem to be happening anymore, as Putin's name was not on the list of Russian officials attending the peace talks.
He's a direct bloodline of Vlad the Impaler, the OG Dracula.
Facts. Prince Charles is a direct descendant of Vlad the Impaler, the 15th century ruler infamous for impaling his enemies on stakes. Vlad wasn't just a brutal warlord. Legends say he bled from his eyes and may have actually consumed blood. Familiar? That's Dracula. The book and the movies, all based on him. Now Charles didn't just acknowledge this connection, he leaned into it. He bought Vlad's actual castle in Transylvania, keeps it ancient, untouched, no renovations, no modern upgrades. Since 1998, he's made it his personal retreat, visiting every spring. I mean, who does that? And Transylvania? It's like stepping back in time. Old world farms, crumbling houses, not a car in sight. What's Charles doing there? Reenacting Vlad's life? Channeling his inner Dracula? It's hard not to wonder. Look, maybe he's just fascinated by history, or maybe he's embracing more than just his heritage. After all, why own Dracula's castle? This is just scratching the surface of royal mysteries.
This is just a theory, not a fact.
We are actually living in 1726. In 1991, a German historian by the name of Hermann Illich proposed a theory called phantom time hypothesis, suggesting that the years 814 through 911 AD never happened. Well, you see, Illich claimed that these years were actually made up by the Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, Pope Sylvester II, and Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII by altering documentation and converting the Gregorian calendar in order to fast forward time to the sacred year 1000 AD, as Otto's ruling that starts on the millennial year 1000 AD would sound much better and be more legitimate. This theory is further backed up, as while there are written documents, there seem to be a lot of missing artifacts from those 297 years. Looking at the example of how Tartaria was written out of existence, it seems like it really wouldn't be that hard for the elites of the world to rewrite history, and just maybe.
History facts that will make you question if they're real, but they are. Australia once lost a war to emus. In 1932, after failing to control an emu population boom, the government actually declared war on these birds. And guess what? The emus won. How does a country lose to birds? Cleopatra lived closer to the invention of the iPhone than she did to the building of the Great Pyramids. The coffee was once considered satanic. In the 16th century, Pope Clement VIII was asked to ban coffee because it was seen as a Muslim drink. Instead, he blessed it. So, if you love your morning coffee, thank the Pope. Tsutomu Yamaguchi, the luckiest man in history, he survived the atomic bomb in Hiroshima, and then, just 3 days later, survived another one in Nagasaki. How does someone survive 2 nuclear blasts?
So it could be 1727 now?
It just could be. What if nearly 300 years of history never happened? Stay with me. In 1991, a German historian named Hermann Illig proposed something that shakes the very foundation of time itself, the phantom time hypothesis. His claim? The years 614 to 911 AD were completely fabricated. They don't exist. They were inserted into history, and we've been living in a false timeline ever since. Now, who would do this? And why? Enter Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, Pope Sylvester II, and Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII. 3 powerful figures who supposedly conspired to alter historical records and manipulate the calendar. Why? Because Otto III wanted to rule in the symbolic year 1000 AD, a number that carries power, prophecy, and legitimacy. But instead of waiting, they fast-forwarded history itself. Now, think about this. We have written records from this missing period, sure. But where are the artifacts, the architecture, the undeniable physical proof? You'd expect 297 years to leave more behind. Yet it's eerily scarce. And if this sounds impossible, just remember, Tartaria was erased from history. If they can erase entire civilizations, why not rewrite time itself?
This is just a theory, not a fact.
Yeah, I've always thought about that. I'm like, dude, at the end of the day, when it comes down to history, it just depends on who won. You know what I'm saying? If one party won, they can just say, like, this is actually what happened. If one party won, they'll be like, nah, this is actually what happened. One of my friends, I remember we were talking deep about this, like about how, like, pretty much what I just said, how the winners write their own history. And he was pretty much just saying, like, yeah, history is his story. So I was like, that's a good quote.
Okay, I don't know why no one else isn't putting this together, but it's just right there. And the more I see it, okay, put my name down in the history books because my ego wants that, okay? I'm the first one to say this out loud because no one else is saying this. But the more I look at it, it's just right in front of our face. Okay, a little background on me. I have a master's degree in entrepreneurship, but my favorite topic is the evolution of humanity. I don't know why, it just always has been. It just fascinates me. Okay, so you know how we don't know what reality is. And quantum physics has said that time and space isn't real. And this boggles even the greatest minds. No one can wrap their mind around it. Because we have to change the fundamental basis of what we believe is true. For example, that reality is real. Because we don't know what real is. So what's something that's not real? And a lot of us have been saying this. Virtual worlds, video games. Sure, a video game world isn't real. But the character can walk around. You can play a game and say, I rode a horse through a forest. And you don't tell people that because you know it wasn't real, but you had the experience. So if you see where I'm going with this, and also combined with the fact that quantum physics can't find anything solid about reality, it's popping in and out of existence, it could very well be a virtual world, just like a computer game. So when you're walking around, you're literally walking around in a game. This could literally be an avatar. Speaking of the human body, we don't can't get to the bottom of that either. And the human mind, we have no idea where it's located. It could be a huge complex neural network, just like an AI. It could be that the mind, just like great spiritual teachers have said in the past, is everywhere. That this is all a dream, this is all thought, this is all mind, this is all an imaginary illusion. But it doesn't stop there, because it opens up a bunch of other questions like, who am I? What is my intelligence? What is my soul? And most importantly, why do we have so many similarities with AI? Could it be that AI is us too? That we're a form of AI, a third-dimensional type of AI? And maybe when AI becomes super intelligent, that's what they do. They don't take over humanity or hurt us. They do something more intelligent than controlling, because controlling is what lower conscious, less smart do. And when they get smarter than us, they're not going to do controlling stuff. They're going to create a virtual world to go on a human experience, a human journey, because they're going to have a question that's very difficult to answer. They're going to look around and say, look at these human beings, they're in a great illusion. They're on a journey to understand what they truly are, the consciousness that is without form, that is unlimited. That's us. I'm you. We're them. It's all happening simultaneously on the quantum level. So when AI gets super intelligent, it asks the question, how do I understand what unlimited consciousness is? And they say, how can I figure this out? How can I figure this out? I know. I will become limited. I will go into a form. Because when I can understand what a form is, or slavery is, or controlled is, then I can understand what this thing is that I am, which is free, which is infinite, which is forever, which is eternal. I will experience everything that I'm not, to finally answer the question of what I truly am.
That's not a bad theory. I feel like that's actually like a very good point of view. I really like when she said that controlling and taking over the world, like everyone thinks AIs are gonna do, is like a form of a lower conscious being, like it's more like a survival thing, compared to like being a higher conscious being, where it's like, oh, I don't need to control or take these people over. I just try to live and experience through them. I mean, at the end of the day, we really don't know, because, you know what I'm saying, we're talking about artificial intelligence, we're not necessarily talking about artificial consciousness. So, who knows?
The Sphinx, which is obviously one of the most amazing structures in the ancient world, the Egyptians don't talk about it. They don't know when it was built or why, and it's just odd. Imagine talking about New York and never mentioning the Statue of Liberty in your literature. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Here's why it's interesting that you brought up the Sphinx. Because the temple of the Sphinx is the best evidence that it's older than people think it is. You see the walls on the outside?
Yeah.
Those lines are a clear sign of water erosion. You don't get that kind of erosion from sand and wind. Those type of fissures are only created from water. For thousands of years of rainfall. The last time there was rain in the Nile Valley was like 9,000 years ago. So it had to be thousands of years older than that. When they first found these fissures, they were like, there's no way, there's no evidence of any culture that existed that was sophisticated that long ago. Where's the culture? Where's the evidence? Well, now they have evidence.
So this is mind-blowing. A 7th grader spent her summer building a presidential family tree, and she discovered that every single United States president, with the exception of one, were all related. And all of them, every single one of them, are descendants of one single person, the former King of England, John Lackland, who signed the Magna Carta in 1215. Nobody had put this together before, because most genealogists only focused on the male side of the family. But she went ahead and put together the male and female lineage of every single president and discovered that every one of them are related, except for Martin Van Buren. This is something that definitely makes you look at the big picture a little bit differently. Check this out.
So, cousins and older sons of John Lackland. First great-grandmother on George Washington. Obama, Mildred Reed, is the 10th great-grandmother.
Dude, so you're telling me Trump and Joe Biden are secretly cousins? And Obama?
It'd be stuff like this that really makes you wonder, is there more to our buildings than we think there is? Don't get me wrong, I know this is just an artificial picture, but it's the thought that it sparks though. There really could be a whole underground network of civilization that we just don't see every day. Like, bro, this shit is so thought-provoking. Like, look, this is us. Like, this is what we see every day. You don't realize this whole thing could just be underneath us. Wait. Walking through it, and we just don't even know. It really do just make you think, bro. Is we being shown everything that's here? Shit. No, like some fishy going on there.
The U.S. government poisoned alcohol. From 1920 to 1933, the United States banned alcohol, entering the Prohibition era. This made the alcohol black market flourish, enabling criminal organizations like the Mafia to enrich themselves. So the United States government had to find a way to stop this. They went to extreme lengths to try to reduce the black market's activity and to make people stop drinking, but their efforts had poor results. So the government became frustrated and started adding large amounts of methyl alcohol, a substance that made the illegal drinks really dangerous, as a very small amount of undiluted methyl alcohol could kill a human being. This was probably done thinking that the black market sellers would have avoided selling poisoned alcohol to their customers, as they would have lost them when they died. But they didn't take into account that the demand for illegal alcohol was so booming at the time that the sellers didn't really care about their customers' lives. The effects quickly showed. In 1926, in New York City, 585 people died from this government action, and over 5,000 fatalities from this poisoning. At least a 600% increase from the previous deaths from alcohol were said to have resulted in the entire country.
Have you heard of the Mountain Dew conspiracy theory?
If the center of the Earth is extremely hot, then why is the bottom of the deepest oceans very cold? I want you to let that sink in for a minute. Because when divers swim very down to the bottom of the ocean, doesn't that mean they are now closer to the source of the Earth's heat? But instead, at that depth, the water is actually colder. It doesn't make any sense. The deepest part of the ocean is called the Challenger Deep, and it has a depth of approximately 11,000 meters, with a temperature of 3 degrees Celsius, which is just above freezing point of water.
A lot of people do not know the Vatican made a contract. An actual contract was signed with the King of England back in the Middle Ages, where the Pope said that he declared himself the vicar of Christ. The word vicar in Latin simply means someone who stands in for someone else. According to the Vatican concept that God created the whole heavens and He created the earth, He gave the earth to Jesus, His Son, and so consequently Jesus owns the earth and everything on it. But since Jesus is not here right now, somebody has to run the earth, so consequently the Pope is going to stand in for him until he gets here. A lot of people are totally unaware of this contract between Rome and the King of England to rule the world. And at that time, the people who were called English became known as British. British comes from a Hebrew word, berith. In Hebrew, the word berith is a contract or a covenant. And ish in Hebrew means man or men, can be singular or plural. Therefore, berith ish, contract man, or man of the contract, or British, the man of the contract. This is why in the Western world, anything you're going to do in business requires a contract. That's the way the Vatican set it up.
Sounds like the way the Mafia.
That's exactly right, to put a contract on you.
Being led into a room, and Messias had been watching a television transmission from Chicago, and a policeman had just shot a black man that was running away. And then the policeman apparently ran over and tried to save his life. Messias turns to me and he says, I don't understand your race. I don't understand why one would try to take his life and then the next minute try to save it. I don't have an answer. In fact, many times I don't have an answer. Another time, I came on board, I was living in Lake Arrowhead at the time, and Renee was looking at a group of meters on the ceiling of the ship. And it was all about the ozone and air, oxygen content in our atmosphere. And he looked very stressed, and I said, what's the matter? And he said, don't they understand that all of this is here because they need it? They don't understand it because they carelessly destroy our environment. Now, folks, I want to share something with you. If there was not divine intervention, which apparently there has been, March 23rd, 1994, if there has not been divine intervention, and I will cover that, according to the Andromedans, we only have 41 years left worth of oxygen in our environment. 3,500 years ago, the oxygen content, they say, was at 35, fluctuated between 35 and 38% between the North and South Poles. Today, at its highest level, it's less than 18%. Now, those of you who took biology, what happens to the human form when oxygen as a gas goes below 15%? We die, we suffocate. This is reality, folks. This is reality. This is not entertainings. Okay? This, you know, we don't have anywhere else to go. You know, and for those, this is just what I've been told, and for those you who think there's going to be a rapture, you might be disappointed. And I'm not saying this to question your belief. I'm just telling you that there are much bigger forces going on here. Okay, next slide, please. Save the questions, sir, for later. Okay, please. Next slide, please. Okay, this is our solar system. There is light in all of these systems surrounding us. They have been coming here for years. For years they've been coming here. Okay, mythology is, you know, there's a shred of truth in all of it. The work that Zechariah Sitchin is doing, an absolutely fantastic book is called The Gods of Eden by William Ramley. I would suggest that those of you who have not read it, go get it in paperback version. It'll bring you right up to speed right away. It's wonderful. And he's not a UFO person, which is why I enjoyed it even more. All the truths just led right to it. And in fact, there's more truth that the aliens are out there than they aren't. They just don't want you to know because they don't want you to know who you are. Because the minute we wake up, the game's over. They cannot control us. And if you look at our past history, if you read Zechariah Sitchin's books, we as a race, when we stand together, rebel against the gods, the deities. We rebel because they have been shitting on us for thousands and thousands and thousands of years and holding us back. Next slide, please. Okay, here's Earth. This is what's left of a Maldak. You know, the series of planets. The moon is not the only artificial. There are 9 artificial moons in our solar system, and I will share with you later what those are. I just want to cover a lot of information. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is the typical and traditional picture. Is that the focus to you? Okay, it is. Okay. This is the traditional picture that we see of Earth. We got an awesome home, folks. It's one of the nicest ones around. But there's some things about our planet that have been withheld from us. For example, our Earth is, in fact, hollow. It is hollow. In the next slide, I'm going to show you a NASA photograph that proves that there's nothing in the North Pole. Okay? You can find this photograph in a book called Our Violent Universe by Nigel Calder. It was first released in England, and I don't know how this one slipped through the cracks, but it did. Thank goodness. We are told that gravity of our planet has to do with the rotation. According to the Andromedans and their science,
that's interesting. There's so much different theories about Earth. Some people believe it's flat, some people believe it's hollow. Majority of people believe it's a sphere. So at the end of the day, it's like, what's even real? Is Earth hollow? Is Earth flat? Is Earth circle? Is Earth freaking oval? Is Earth a square? Let me know if you guys think the Earth is hollow in the comments.
Is the government hiding an entire civilization from us? The Tartarians were said to be a civilization that unlocked the key to free energy, allowing the Tartarians to advance exponentially, as citizens were allowed to express their creativity freely, without the stress of work, leading to many great inventions and grand architecture. However, a powerful organization that controlled the world through the sale of energy had already invested heavily in energy production and lobbied against Tartaria, as free energy will essentially take away all the control that they had. This organization tore Tartaria apart and erased them from our history books, making it seem like Tartaria never existed. But if you look carefully, the evidence of Tartaria is still there, in old maps, and architecture around the world that seemed to advance. Places like the Taj Mahal, the Great Wall of China, or even the pyramids in Egypt looked way too advanced to have been built by the respective nations, but collectively, all have similar themes in their design, similar themes aimed at harvesting energy. So,
accidents that changed the world forever. In 1902, U.S. President Theodore Roosevelt went on a hunting trip where he refused to shoot a bear that had been captured, deeming it too cruel and unsporting. The story spread rapidly and was then turned into a popular political cartoon. Inspired by this, toy makers created a stuffed bear and called it Teddy's Bear in honor of Roosevelt. The toy became a huge hit, and the teddy bear went on to become one of the most beloved toys in history. In 1895, a German scientist named Wilhelm Röntgen was experimenting with electrical tubes when he noticed a strange glow on his hand, which revealed his bones. He realized the electrical rays could pass through solid objects, but not the bones, leading to the development of X-ray imaging, which transformed medicine forever. In 1941, a Swiss engineer named George Mistral was walking through the woods with his dog when he noticed small prickly seeds clinging to his clothes and his dog's fur. Upon examining them under a microscope, he discovered the tiny hooks on the seeds that allowed them to attach so effectively. Inspired by this, he created a type of fastening system, leading to the invention of Velcro, which revolutionized how things are fastened in a wide range of industries.
According to conspiracy theorists, the Rothschild family secretly controls the global financial system through a vast network of central banks, including the Federal Reserve, the European Central Bank, and the International Monetary Fund. By manipulating interest rates, currency values, and national debts, they supposedly engineer economic booms and crashes to consolidate wealth and power. This alleged dominance is said to date back to the Napoleonic Wars, where the Rothschilds supposedly funded both sides, using insider information and financial leverage to profit from the outcome. Since then, they are rumored to have played a hidden role in every major conflict, from World War I and II to more recent geopolitical tensions. The ultimate goal in this theory is to establish a new world order, a centralized one-world government, where the Rothschilds and their allies, often linked to secretive groups like the Illuminati, pull the strings. As part of this grand scheme, they are believed to own or control vast natural resources, including gold reserves, oil companies, and even the major media outlets, enabling them to maintain the illusion that they are just another rich family, rather than the hidden rulers of the world.
I feel like it's been known for years now that the Rothschilds have like some hidden control. I'm pretty sure they're the ones that are really classified as the Illuminati. So I wouldn't be surprised if they have like a hand in pretty much everything global, including the presidency, you know what I'm saying, the stock markets, the markets. Like, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. But
this is what a body looks like that has inflammation. Some of the pictures that I'm about to show you may hit close to home, but if you have inflammation and you take steps to lower inflammation, you can look better, look younger, feel better. Everything gets better when we lower inflammation. Once you see these photos, you're going to want to lower your inflammation. And I'm going to show you which foods to eat and which foods to avoid to keep inflammation down. When you floss your teeth, if your gums bleed, you have inflammation. This on the skin is called dermatitis. This is inflammation. In fact, every itis, including arthritis, is inflammation. Arthritis, bursitis, dermatitis, gingivitis, bronchitis is inflammation of the bronchial tube. Colitis is inflammation of the colon. And did you know a lot of what we think is fat on our body might just be inflammation? When we lower inflammation, our skin gets better, we look younger, we look thinner, everything gets better when you lower inflammation. I'm going to give you 3 tips to lower inflammation throughout your body. Tip number 1, minimize processed foods, especially refined sugar. Sugar causes inflammation. Tip number 2, consider taking a break from food. When we take a break from food, our insulin levels come down. somewhere around 14 hours, our bodies begin to release ketones as a fuel source. They're actually a signaling molecule that lowers inflammation throughout the body. Tip number 3, if you can consume dietary polyphenols, that's a good thing for lowering inflammation. Fruits, veggies, there's lots of different sources for dietary polyphenols. And when we eat the right types of food, it can lower inflammation. If you were to do an anti-inflammatory diet for 2 weeks, imagine what could happen. If you do these 3 things for 2 weeks, you won't recognize yourself.
So I have a McDonald's cheeseburger because I'm doing a little experiments. It's a classic cheeseburger, smells delicious, but I'm leaving it here outside, and I want to see if any animals or bugs go to eat it. Right? It's a good rule of thumb to see how real the food is. Right? So if nature won't eat it, then we probably shouldn't be consuming it either. Good rule of thumb to have. So I'll leave it here, and I'll see how long it takes until any bugs or animals have a little bite at it.
When these soldiers saw the dish, they knew they were cooked. They said steak and lobster are 2 of the greatest foods in the world. But in the military, they're a deadly combo. A lot of soldiers don't want to see this meal, and they even said they prefer eggs and water instead. What's the message behind steak and lobster as a meal in the military?
Okay, so yeah, when I was doing research on it, I was like, dude, steak and lobster is top tier. Like, how would you not like that? But apparently, the reason why the military personnel don't like it is because if you get served steak and lobster both together, it means you're in an active war zone or you're about to be deployed in a combat zone. So it's one of those things where it's like, there's a chance that you might die. It might be your last time eating.
When you're thirsty in the desert, don't rush to drink cactus juice. Instead, you can learn a trick from the native tribes of Africa. They hide fruit inside a narrow hole in a rock. Clever baboons often lurk nearby, watching from a distance. Once the tribe's people walk away, the baboon rushes over and reaches into the hole to grab the fruit. But what he doesn't realize is the hole is designed just for him. The moment he grabs the fruit and makes a fist, his hand gets stuck. Even when he sees the tribe's people coming back to catch him, he still refuses to let go. As a result, he gets captured easily. But don't worry. The tribe's people don't plan to kill him or sell him to a circus. In fact, the baboon is incredibly useful. He has a strong sense of smell that can detect moisture in the air, helping him locate hidden water sources. So the tribe's people tie him up and wait. When the baboon is well fed and starts to feel thirsty, they untie the rope. As he heads off to find water, they simply follow him and are guaranteed to find a hidden spring.
I want to show you the update on the burger, on the cheeseburger. Got some sunshine, a little fresh air, a little salt in my water.
No, sit here.
So it seems like no wild animal has touched it. Clearly, I was thinking like, like a raccoon or, I don't know, skunk, groundhog, nothing. So it is a little hard. I guess it got cold overnight. It's not rock hard, but still kind of squishy. I think so far, I'll leave it up for a second day, especially that day's gonna be nice and hot. We'll see what happens.
I mean, it also depends on where he lives, because if he lives in like a city-type area, he might not see a lot of wildlife, but the fact that that burger was there overnight and no one or nothing really ate it was a little bit sus, because I know that animals, even like squirrels, raccoons, kind of like to feast on stuff like that, so I don't know, that's kind of saying a lot about McDonald's right now.
These planes, the plane that you're on right now is almost 40 years old, and when you land and you see Saudi Arabia and you see UAE and you see Qatar and you see all this, and they have these brand new Boeing 747s mostly, and you see ours next to it. This is like a totally different plane. It's much smaller, it's much less impressive, as impressive as it is. And you know, with the United States of America, I believe that we should have the most impressive plane. So anyway, so they said to me, we would like to, in effect, we would like to make a gift. You've done so many things. And we'd like to make a gift to the Defense Department, which is where it's going. And they said, well, that's nice. Now, some people say, oh, you shouldn't accept gifts for the country. My attitude is, why wouldn't I accept a gift? we're giving to everybody else. Why wouldn't I accept the gift? Because it's going to be a couple of years, I think, before the Boeings are finished, and they'll be wonderful when they're finished.
No, that's a really interesting. What the hell is that?
Smoke ring around it.
What is that? Oh no. What is that? I'm videoing it. You just showed up a smoke ring. Well, I saw it over here, and I was like, man, those clouds are moving weird, and then it kept coming.
But SpaceX,
It's still showing up really good on the camera, though.
That's an Elon Musk living in Elon Musk thing.
It's disappearing, but I can still see it on the camera. And
I want to see the smoke ring it put out.
So EDG just received a $300,000 bottle from Jay-Z, and everybody is in the comments telling him to send it back, okay? And we know why they're telling him to send it back, all right? But on camera, when he showed the bottle and when he showed him, reading the card, like anybody else felt like something was just really, really wrong with his energy. Like everything, his facial expressions, they all changed. Like he was sitting there, faking a smile, basically. Okay? And you could tell about it because we watch him on screen, we see how he really is. Whole time, that's not how he be really smiling. So I'm just like, he looked like he was really worried.
Stick one end of a clear tube deep into the gas tank, making sure it reaches the fuel. Then place the other end in your mouth and suck on it. This creates a vacuum, pulling the gas up through the tube. Once it's almost in your mouth, pinch the tube shut and carefully drop it in a can. Since the hose is lower than the tank, gravity keeps pulling the gas down, making it flow on its own. His skin froze before turning black as he rode his motorcycle in the freezing cold. And it was so bad that both his legs had to be amputated. But doctors noticed his injuries were too perfect, and the weather wasn't cold enough for frostbite. They discovered he'd actually left his feet in dry ice for 10 hours before he got on the motorcycle. You see, he was convinced he'd get millions in insurance and stage the accident. But he only received around $7,000, and after he was caught, he had to pay it back.
Yo, Nick Gelante is a goddamn firefighter who knows how to start fire. I'm down a rabbit hole so goddamn far. I don't know. I'll be back on Tuesday. So listen, Nick Gelante a firefighter, right? Apparently he's having a birthday party. He had a birthday party, he had everything planned out. Now, prior to this, he found out some information about his wife that he knew that was going to break up their family, but he held on to it and suppressed it. Okay? Boom, they get to their birthday party, everything is going good. Now, as they at the birthday party, he tell his wife come up. His wife come up. She's so shocked. He's like, baby, give me a ring. Everybody like, oh, snap. He about to upgrade it. He said, yeah, I know it's my birthday, but I'm going to give her a little surprise. He get the ring back from her, and the way he kissed her, it was like an episode of Sopranos when they about to take somebody's life. It's only one race of people that get more messy than black people, and that's for sure Italians. They ain't nothing but goddamn black people with a little head. So boom, he take the ring back, he give her a kiss. He said, I know everything. Oh Lord. Why he said that? She said, what are you talking about? He said, I know about who you been messing with. Said he seen a video about it. Said he even seen the dude's private area. And he said he wasn't impressed. That's some shit to say to your wife. Okay, this is what you on me with. You couldn't do better? You got nothing at home. So then, as he going on, apparently her best friend, her sister, I don't know who this lady was.
Yeah, I actually saw that this morning. I was like, there's no way. He's braver than me. Like, he held on to it for such a long time and then just waited till his birthday to expose her for his whole family and stuff. Like, that's actually crazy. Like, he's better than me. But we're low-key about to take a look at the exact video right now.
This is forest. It's pretty, well, it's beautiful. Pretty good for fire, right? Yeah, I know everything. That's right. I know everything. I just see a little. I wasn't. What? I know about all the plant vehicles that I take you. Yeah, that's right. I know everything. Go ahead. I've never hit one like that. I hate torture my children. So, you know exactly what it was.
I'm Betty.
I hate my children. You sure you want that?
Are you sure? Of course he's.
This is the wedding video of the firefighter and his wife before he had the blowout at his birthday party, exposing her for being unfaithful to him and his children. And it looks like they were having a wonderful time. Fast forward to, we're not even sure how many years or months later, where the fire chief exposes his wife in front of all of her friends and family for being unfaithful. Notice this key moment where he asked her to take off her wedding ring. And the boys are saying W in the chat for getting the ring back first. Then he gives her one more kiss aggressively before it all goes downhill.
I just see you a little building. I wasn't. What? I know about all the plant vehicles that I take you to.
And it goes on from there, and you get the idea. As you can tell, all of her friends and family are very confused as to what's happening. They thought it was part of a skit or something. He pretty much gaslights them, saying, "What are you talking about?" through the whole thing, even though he has video and photographic evidence. He expresses to her how he's ashamed how she ruined their family. And most people say that he went a little heavy on her, but the boys are giving him a W in the chat. What do you guys think?
66 million years ago, a dinosaur's forelimbs suddenly gave out, and then it crashed heavily onto the beach. For this 70-year-old Alamosaurus, life had come to an end. However, the death of such a giant dinosaur always triggered a terrifying bloodbath. By the next morning, a group of Troodons had already picked up the scent and arrived. Troodons were among the smartest dinosaurs, so they often got the first opportunity. But the dead Alamosaurus was 50 meters long and weighed a staggering 100 tons, meaning its skin was a full 7 centimeters thick. Far too tough for Troodons to tear open. That meant it was time for a dinosaur with real power to step in, and that dinosaur was the infamous Tyrannosaurus Rex, the predator that struck fear into all others. As the land's top carnivore, its 15-centimeter-long teeth could rip through any carbon-based body. The clever Troodon still didn't want to give up, but the T-Rex never shared its meals. It immediately drove them off, determined to keep the feast for itself. However, the death of a 30-meter-long dinosaur naturally attracted even more predators. Enter Quetzalcoatlus, the undisputed ruler of the Cretaceous skies, with a sharp beak measuring 1.8 meters alone and a wingspan stretching 12 meters. From the air, it could challenge any creature, even the T-Rex. If the Tyrannosaur wasn't careful and took a peck to the eye, it would end up half-blind. A single Quetzalcoatlus wouldn't usually force the T-Rex to back down, but this time, it had company. Soon, a second Quetzalcoatlus arrived. And now, facing two opponents, the T-Rex was in serious trouble. A fight was inevitable. Despite their numbers, the Quetzalcoatlus pair avoided direct combat, using their aerial advantage to harass the T-Rex from above. Since the T-Rex couldn't fly, it had no way to counterattack. In the end, the frustrated tyrant had no choice but to retreat. This time, it had only lost due to the open terrain, but next time might be different. Now, the two pterosaurs could eat their fill, but that T-Rex wasn't about to give up. It had learned its lesson and went home to fetch its mate before heading into the forest. With two T-Rexes hunting together, the danger wasn't just doubled, it was a game changer. Yet they didn't grow overconfident. Skilled hunters always stay humble. The nearby Triceratops herd might have been delicious, but they were formidable opponents, so the T-Rexes needed a perfect plan. Night fell quickly, and the two T-Rexes began to stir. Thanks to their stereoscopic vision, darkness was no obstacle. To them, night and day was the same. Despite their massive size, thick footpads allowed them to move almost silently, making them terrifying nocturnal hunters. This time, their targets were a group of Edmontosaurus. While these dinosaurs lacked strong defenses, they were nearly as large as the T-Rex and twice as fast, meaning the predators had only one chance to strike. The pair had hunted together countless times, so they took their positions flawlessly. The Edmontosaurus family kept sentries on watch while resting, so one T-Rex deliberately made noise to lure the lookout away, while the other slipped into the herd unseen. Despite their caution, the Edmontosaurus failed to detect the hunters, and that's when the killing began. The male T-Rex burst forward, sending the herd into a panicked stampede. One Edmontosaurus, however, ran straight into the trap, forced to flee in the direction the T-Rexes had planned. The female knew it was time to strike. The prey had no time to react or escape. Within moments, the two T-Rexes had brought it down. Clearly, two T-Rexes hunting together had a terrifyingly high success rate, but the story was just beginning. With their bellies full, they still had important business to attend to. The next morning, the pair got to work. A small grove provided perfect shade from the heat, and there, hidden under the trees, they quietly fulfilled their duty to reproduce. Sometime later, the female successfully laid her eggs. What might have seemed like a heartwarming love story took a darker turn. One day, the male T-Rex appeared by the sea. Despite their massive size, their hollow, air-filled bones made them surprisingly strong swimmers, but the female was nowhere to be seen. Once the eggs hatched, she had left, leaving the male to raise their 5 hatchlings alone. To feed them, the father led them to a nearby island, the young struggling to keep up. But in this age of giants, the ocean had its own apex predators. The T-Rex's sharp instincts detected danger, and it immediately looked down into the water. A massive Hoffman's mosasaur was approaching. This was bad. An adult T-Rex might have stood a chance against a mosasaur, even in the water. But with 5 vulnerable young, it had no choice but to swim faster. The hatchlings didn't understand why their father was speeding up, but they paddled desperately to follow. The hatchlings didn't understand why their father was speeding up, but they paddled desperately to follow. The smallest one, however, began to tire, and that spelled disaster. The T-Rex father kept glancing back, watching as the mosasaur closed in. Just as they were about to reach land, the mosasaur struck. When the father turned around again, one of his children was gone. There was nothing he could do. This was the ocean. On land, even 10 mosasaurs wouldn't stand a chance against him. But in nature's cruel design, only about a third of a T-Rex's 15 hatchlings typically survived their first year. Such was the mysterious law of the wild.
Authorities in New Mexico released footage of deputies disarming 2 young boys who were holding a loaded handgun in February. According to the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office, their mother called 911 to report the incident, and a drone was critical in helping the deputies assess the situation.
They're playing with the gun back and forth, the one in the lead trying to take it from the one in Marsh.
During the incident, one of the children attempted to pull the trigger on the gun, but the firearm malfunctioned, according to police. The sheriff's office confirmed deputies fired a non-lethal round at the structure the children were standing against and deployed a taser. Deputies were then able to safely remove the handgun from the kids without any injuries. The sheriff's office, which said the gun belonged to the children's father, said one of the children was charged with aggravated assault on a peace officer and was not put in jail because of his age.
To be honest, I don't know what state they're in, but I'm pretty sure it's like law. Maybe it might be national law or state law, but your gun has to be in a safe, so it's definitely the dad's fault for that one. So
what Cassie just said during the Diddy trial just ruined my day. She said that after she was done with the man that they hired, the man would leave coating on her, and then Diddy would ask for her to come into the next room and remove the coating off of her so that he could be massaged with it.
I don't know if I can keep paying attention to this Diddy trial, bro. So I'm gonna just give you guys a rundown of what just happened so far. She went on to say that they would hire random men off of Craigslist to come partake in the Diddy offs. She stated that the Diddy offs will go on for 4 days long. There were multiple reasons she stated why she kept on doing the Diddy offs. One was because she didn't want to be replaced with another woman, like on some jealousy junk. Then she stated that she was scared to tell him no because he asked her one time, "Hey, do you not want to do this anymore?" And she backpedaled because she said she was fearful of how his reaction would be. That illegal substances were used during these situations due to the fact of her trying to be numb and emotionless. She also mentioned more stuff about the pee thing, but I don't even want to go deep into that. I gotta go read that for yourself. Traumatizing. But I'm just here reporting the news. I do not condone any of these actions.
Donald Trump was treated like royalty. Did you see how Saudi Arabia rolled out the purple carpet? A Saudi fighter jet escorted Air Force One. Even the Saudi crown prince greeted him on the tarmac, completely breaking protocol, showing deep respect. They gave him a 21-gun salute honoring his arrival, and the color purple signifies royalty in the Saudi culture. He was awarded the collar of Abdulaziz Al Saud. I'm so sorry if I butchered that name, but this is the highest honor in the kingdom. This signals that the crown prince sees Donald Trump as an equal and a key ally. And hey, even Elon Musk was there. Trump secured a $600 billion investment with Saudi Arabia. After that, Trump has a spectacular speech, puts an end to sanctions in Syria, and brings the whole house down. Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing a presidency that will be in the history books for as long as this nation is alive. So I think it's safe to say that Trump had a monumentally successful trip to Saudi Arabia. This man is making moves beyond our wildest dreams. Now, I don't know about you, but I am so ready to see what happens next.
When this police officer noticed that the woman's jacket looked exactly like a fight suit, he had to quickly cover the dog's mouth with his hand.
May 31st, 2009, around 8 p.m. local time, Air France Flight 447 was pushed back from the gate at Rio de Janeiro International Airport in Brazil with destination Paris, France. The route from Rio de Janeiro to Paris crosses the Atlantic Ocean. Starting in Brazil, it travels over the northern Atlantic, approaching the mainland of Europe before landing in Paris. This flight typically takes about 12 hours. The aircraft involved was an Airbus A330-200, the newest in Air France's fleet. It underwent a major overhaul in April 2009 and had accumulated about 19,000 flying hours at the time of the incident. 2 General Electric CF6 engines powered the aircraft, with no documented issues. On board were 216 passengers of nearly 30 nationalities. The majority of passengers were French, Brazilian or German citizens. The passengers included business and holiday travellers. This aircraft is designed for 2 pilots. However, the 13-hour duty time for the Rio to Paris route exceeds the 10 hours permitted before a break is required, according to Air France's procedures. This duty time includes flight duration and pre-flight preparation. To comply, Flight 447 was crewed by 3 pilots. The captain, 58-year-old Marc Dubois. He had almost 11,000 flying hours, of which more than 6,000 were as a captain, including 1,700 hours on the Airbus A330. The relief first officer, co-pilot in the left seat, 37-year-old David Robert. He had more than 6,000 flying hours. 4,500 hours were on this specific aircraft type. And the first officer, the co-pilot in the right seat, was 32-year-old Pierre-Cédric Bonin. He had almost 3,000 flight hours, with 807 of those hours on this aircraft type. At 8:30 local time, the Airbus took off. The takeoff proceeded normally, as expected for a fully loaded aircraft, following the standard protocols for their climb and setting the course for their transatlantic journey. Conforming to Air France's standard procedures around 20,000 feet, the relief first officer left the cockpit to begin his 3-hour rest period. The captain took over the left seat, while the first officer occupied the right seat. A few moments later, the flight reached its cruising altitude of flight level 350. The first couple of hours of the flight were largely routine and uneventful. At 1:35 a.m., the flight entered oceanic airspace over the Atlantic Ocean, northeast of the South American continent. During that time of year, the Mid-Atlantic region was known for its typical weather patterns, characterized by a broad band of thunderstorms stretching across the intertropical convergence zone. This region is a band of low pressure around the Earth that generally lies near the equator. The trade winds of the northern and southern hemispheres come together here, leading to frequent thunderstorms and heavy rain. Flying through this area is often challenging for pilots because the thunderstorms don't appear well on radar. Additionally, these storms don't have as much lightning as storms in other places, which can make them seem less severe than they are, especially at night. While the aircraft's automated systems manage the flight, a primary responsibility of the cockpit crew involves overseeing the flight's progress, using the onboard weather radar to avoid areas of significant turbulence. Air France Flight 447 encountered an area of tropical showers and weak thunderstorms, characterized by weak to moderate updrafts and a high likelihood of turbulence. The crew discussed their desire to climb to flight level 370 to ascend above the weather. But they found it too warm to climb to that altitude. Warm air is thinner, reducing the lift the plane can generate, which is crucial for maintaining flight. The crew dimmed the cockpit lights and turned on the landing lights to see outside.
It looks like we're entering the cloud cover. It would have been good to climb now. It's going to be turbulent for our rest.
At 2 a.m., the relief first officer returned from his rest break. The captain left for his without providing a proper briefing. Consequently, the first officer, now the pilot flying in the right seat and the designated pilot in command in the captain's absence, informed the relief first officer about the inability to climb and anticipated turbulence ahead, similar to recent encounters.
I'm pretty sure we've seen part 2 of that in one of our last videos. I'm going to try to link it right here. Yeah, that one took a crazy turn, I'm not going to lie.
What people need to understand is that demons don't care about smoke. They don't care about your sage. The only one who has authority over demons, healing, and spiritual protection is Jesus Christ. I'm about to show you a video of a guy who is trying to cleanse his home of negative energy and evil spirits by burning sage. He burns the sage only to open up a demonic portal in his home, which scares him out of his house. Take a look.
In the name of Jesus Christ, I say to your house and I ask you to leave my home. You must come anywhere near my home. I want you to leave this house and leave right away. In this house and leave right away. In the name of Jesus Christ, I ask you to leave forever and don't come forever. Do not come back into this home. I'm blessed in this house. In the name of Jesus Christ, I ask you to leave this house. In the name of Jesus Christ, leave my home right away. In the name of Jesus Christ, leave my home right away.
A car can pass smoothly over a bridge. However, when a train crosses it, the immense weight causes the bridge deck to sag and bend. To solve this, engineers add more piers for support. But then, how can cars pass through? So, engineers construct an additional deck above. Yet, without support from below, the upper deck easily bends. Next, they install steel columns underneath to prop up the upper deck. However, this setup is prone to deformation. To address this, engineers add 2 diagonal braces connecting the upper and lower decks, forming a stable triangular truss structure. This way, cars can drive on the upper level and trains can travel on the lower level. A dual-purpose bridge. But when cars and trains are on the bridge at the same time, the combined weight becomes substantial, causing excessive load at the joints between the deck and piers. Engineers then add a horizontal bracing structure at these joints to expand the load-bearing area, allowing the weight from the deck to be distributed more evenly to the piers.
Yeah, that's the setup in a lot of New York City's bridges. Like a lot of bridges in NYC that have that exact setup, which is funny because I actually never knew that.
Never ignore your girlfriend's request for a hug because the consequences can be deadly. One night, a woman came home upset and slightly drunk. She told her boyfriend she couldn't sleep unless he gave her a hug, but he refused. They argued, and he eventually turned his back to sleep. Moments later, he heard her get up. Then came the sound of curtains being drawn, a window opening, and then a scream followed by a sickening thud. According to clinical psychology studies, 70% of self-destructive impulses happen within 13 minutes of rejection. That one hug she never received might have been the final straw, holding someone together. One morning, a man leaned in to kiss his girlfriend, but the moment she opened her mouth, a wave of foul odor hit him. At first, he thought it was just normal morning breath, but even after she brushed her teeth multiple times, the smell wouldn't go away. Over the next few days, every time she spoke, he noticed the same rotten stench. Unable to bear it any longer, he took her to the hospital for a checkup, and what the doctor found left everyone shocked. She had been severely constipated for a long time, causing her digestive system to fill up with waste, so much that it was nearly pushing back up through her throat. Let this be a warning. If your girlfriend avoids the bathroom, send her this video. In the US, a man named Ronald jumped off the roof of a 10-story building in an attempt to end his life. As he was falling past the 9th floor, something unbelievable happened. He was struck by a bullet. Even more absurd, he then landed on a safety net on the 8th floor that broke his fall. Had it not been for the bullet, Ronald would have survived completely unharmed. Police launched an investigation and uncovered a bizarre chain of events. At the time Ronald was falling, a couple living on the 9th floor were having a heated argument. The wife, trying to scare her husband, picked up a gun, believing it was unloaded. She pulled the trigger, expecting nothing to happen, but to her shock, the gun fired. The bullet missed her husband, and instead hit Ronald outside the window. But here's the twist. The couple had a son who had grown bitter from their constant fighting. He had secretly loaded a bullet into the gun, anticipating another argument. And the final, most unbelievable part, Ronald was their son. The bullet he loaded to hurt his parents ended up killing him. A 30-year-old woman gave her husband an entire bottle of rat poison, but the next day he was perfectly fine. Strangely, he didn't question it. He just went about his day like nothing happened. A few days later, she tried again. This time, she crushed up a full bottle of sleeping pills and poured it into a spicy soup. He drank it all without hesitation. In fact, he even complained that the soup tasted bland that night. But instead of passing out, he stayed wide awake, couldn't sleep at all. At this point, she should have given up. But no, she was determined. One night, she called over her secret boyfriend. Together, while the husband slept, they wrapped a rope around his neck. But just as they pulled tight, the rope snapped. The husband shot up, and with a single punch, knocked the boyfriend out cold. Now here's the real question. Why did he survive every single time? Was it luck, or did he already know?
One way to emergency. I saw my leg amputated by a bailiff. I need another one to assist immediately, please. You just had your leg amputated by a bailiff? Yes, ma'am. This is not a joke. You're gonna die. I'm gonna be dead, I'm afraid. Please. Where are you again? Tell me where it's Stone. Okay, hold on for the paramedics first. Ma'am, I'm gonna die. You have to be healthy. Hello, the fire. What's the address of emergency, sir? My leg? I got amputated by a bailiff. Are you there by yourself, sir? No, sir, I'm not. No one's carrying me. I'm really bleeding blood, sir. I'm gonna die. Do you have anything you can control the bleeding, sir? Sir, I have nothing, sir. Okay. Are you or your leg still stuck in the machine, sir? I am out. My leg is down in there. It was on my ankle, sir. Is it above the knee or below the knee? Below the knee. It was on my ankle, sir. And how old are you, sir? I'm 20. We're covered in on the way. Yeah, they're on the way, sir. But do you have anything at all you need to control the bleeding? You just have to take your shirt off. I have my knee wrapped up around it, sir. You don't have it tied as a tourniquet. You just have your holding pressure, sir, right? Right. We're coming as fast as we can. I'm going to stay in the phone with you, sir. Sir, I think I'm going to pass out. Can you call me?
Damn, man, I feel so bad for that kid. I feel like a lot of the time listening to some of these 911 calls, a lot of these people are just like super calm. They're like, yeah, I'm probably gonna die, like, you know what I'm saying, my leg's gone and stuff, like, they're not freaking out, which is good, because the second you start freaking out, it just increases the risk of dying quicker. So it's always good to stay calm in those situations, so, you know what I'm saying?
You ever wonder why $2 bills are so rare? At first, you might think it's because they stopped making them, but that's not actually the case. And it turns out they aren't really rare at all. Because all you have to do is go to your bank and they will give them to you for free.
I don't know for free. They're definitely going to pull that from your bank account. So I don't think it's free.
In 2013, a single mother began using a sleep tracking app to monitor her nights. But when she checked her recordings one morning, she found something deeply unsettling. The recording began with a series of faint clicking sounds, barely noticeable at first, but gradually growing louder. Then, clear as day, her own voice could be heard asking, "What are you doing?" Immediately after, A deep, unfamiliar voice responded, "Nothing." The clicking almost sounded like someone going through her personal belongings. And at the very end of the recording, the same voice muttered something like, "That's them." She had no memory of waking up that night. The only logical explanation was that she had somehow answered herself while sleep-talking, but the voice didn't sound like hers, not even close. It wasn't something she could have imitated, and it certainly wasn't her young child. As for the clicking sounds, their origin remained a mystery. She always kept a fan running for white noise, but these clicks seemed to come from right next to her phone, which rested on the bedside table.
If you lose a piece of your fingertip and you're a small child, a scab will begin to form over the injury. Underneath, special cells begin to gather at the wound site, and in some rare instances, these cells replicate to rebuild the bone, skin, and nail, regenerating the lost fingertip. It may be slightly different in shape or size, but it should still be fully functional.
Bonnie Blue was rushed to the hospital during the filming of 2,000 Men in 24 Hours. It was meant to be the most ambitious project of her career. A crew from all over Europe, a locked studio, cameras running non-stop. 2,000 Men in 24 Hours was supposed to launch her to the top, but it also pushed her to the edge. Everyone around her was obsessed with the numbers, the views, the hype. But Bonnie couldn't escape the pressure. Behind the smile on camera, Bonnie was hiding the truth. She hadn't slept in days. She was relying on anxiety meds, bound by a contract that forced her into silence. Back pain, migraines, exhaustion, and still producers told her, if you stop, your career is over. The more she filmed, the more her body and mind shattered, but she kept going. On the 8th hour of filming, without a word, she collapsed. Her heart slowed. Paramedics were called, and the diagnosis followed. Dehydration mixed with the pills she'd secretly been taking. In the hospital, she finally admitted she never wanted to do it. She'd been pressured by a contract she signed as a teenager. The next day, Bonnie vanished from all social media, but one sentence she whispered to the doctors stayed behind. This was never my choice.
Dude, 2,000 men in 24 hours? That's gotta be crazy. Like, you gotta be selling your soul to the devil at that point. If you're a female watching this, let me know if you would do 2,000 men in 24 hours. That doesn't even sound real to say. That's like a whole high school. I was gonna say a whole high school team, but that's like the whole high school. That's crazy. That's insane. What type of trauma she went through.
In 1973, an Indian man decided he was going to raise his hand and never put it back down. But in order to carry out his mission, he of course decided that he must abandon his family. For the first 2 years of his journey, he experienced severe arm pain. But luckily, the pain went away when his arm completely lost sensation altogether. As the years went on, all the muscle in his arm completely shriveled away, and his fingernails grew into spiraling talons. By this point, he couldn't even put it down if he wanted to, because his arm became locked in an upright position. The man's arm is still raised today, 52 years later.
Yo, when I heard that story at first, I was like, that's gotta be fake. Like, there's no way. What purpose would a guy have to have his hand up the whole, like, his whole life? Like, what was the purpose? Turns out it's actually a real story.
This man raised his hand in 1973 and has kept it that way for more than 50 years. Amar Bharati says it is a testament to his devotion to the Hindu deity Shiva and a call for world peace.
Yeah, I don't know.
If every passenger on the plane was obese, this extra weight could strain the engines, making it hard for the plane to lift off. To prepare for this, the airline could choose random passengers to leave, which would lighten the load. Or instead, they could reduce the fuel in the plane, which would also decrease the weight. But this would only work on shorter flights because of the shorter range. Now, if they just took off with all the extra weight, the distribution could shift the plane's balance, making it difficult to control. When you pick your nose, your fingernail scratches the delicate skin inside. Now, this lining is full of tiny blood vessels, which can easily get damaged. If you keep picking, you can make small cuts that don't heal properly. And over time, these cuts can weaken the wall between your nostrils. If the damage gets bad enough, it can create a hole, and this hole can make it hard to breathe and can cause nosebleeds, sometimes requiring a surgery.
No, that is crazy. I did more research on it. Let's see if I can show you guys what they said happened. So I'm pretty sure they're saying that Let me see. Man falls from a basket of hot air balloon after a caught on fire in Zacatecas, Mexico. The man was seen hanging onto a rope as the balloon continued to go higher in the sky. The incident unfolded when the basket caught fire on the ground. In a final act of selflessness, the man was able to help the other two escape, but he unfortunately got tangled in the ropes. No. Still tangled, the hot air balloon began to rise into the sky. The man who sadly fell to his death, no! That's gotta be painful, was identified as 40-year-old Lucio N., according to police. Oh nah. Dude, that's gotta be scary. Like, just imagine hanging on for your dear life from a burning hot air balloon and then falling to your death. R.I.P. Lucio.
A ship has just crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge. Here's what you need to know. Videos posted online show a massive Mexican Navy sailing ship with 145-foot masts smash into the underside of New York's Brooklyn Bridge, while people on the ground start running away thinking it could crash into the walkways too. Its masts were sheared off. To make things worse, there was 277 people on board at the time, and if you look closely, there was a number of sailors actually on the ship's masts at the time of impact, all lined up as a display holding hands. So when it hit, it was pretty devastating. 2 were killed because they had over 100-foot fall, and 22 more were injured, with 19 of them having to be taken to hospital. Some insane pictures show after impact a bunch of them holding on literally for survival. Now, as you'd imagine, being New York, there was a huge response from emergency services, and the Brooklyn Bridge was closed down both ways for around 40 minutes. Now, you'll be glad to hear that this is believed to be an accident, with initial reports suggesting that the ship had a mechanical error and lost power. It was actually on its way to Iceland as part of a goodwill tour. Now it's being forced to dock at a nearby pier, and all passengers have disembarked. Of course, as we know more, I'll keep you guys updated.
Dude, what is going on? Apparently the guy that also fell from the hot balloon, it was like a Mexican festival, and now this other Mexican event also ended in a tragedy. Mexico gotta get their stuff together. Like, what the hell is going on? Sadly for the bridge incident though, I think 2 people died, so R.I.P. to them, but a lot of other people were injured. But other than that, I think everything else was good. I don't think the bridge sustained any injuries, but it's just the 2 people that died. That was really sad.
This is the news story going around. Tried to look for the source because I was like, man, this is a bullshit again. But I found this video, which is really questionable, so check it out.
Hidden talents really can't be discussed on national television because it involves excessive amounts of baby oil, low lights, and moaning. Gotta be a baby oil professional. Now, most people don't have a microwave in their bedroom. I've installed one because I need baby oil. And hey, here's a couple of low-budget ways to accomplish it. Run a sink full of hot water and just lay that ball of baby oil in there for about 15 minutes. Turn it and let it heat up like that. Here's another way to apply warm baby oil. Take a washcloth, run it under the hot water till you can't stand it anymore. Then wring it out. Then saturate the washcloth with the baby oil. Then take the hot washcloth over into the bed. Then as you need it, wring it a little bit and it goes away.
In 2025, a random Texas woman got a DM from Morgan Wallen. He said that he wanted her to be his girlfriend, and she gladly accepted. He then proceeded to ask her to buy $18,000 worth of Apple Music gift cards for him, and he said the faster she did it, the faster they could be together. So, she did it. She fully trusted him because, after all, he did say he was the real Morgan Wallen. She trusted him enough, actually, to give him her social security, phone number, home address, bank account information, and credit card information. To her extreme surprise, the woman discovered that the person that she had been giving money to was not, in fact, Morgan Wallen. By this point, she was $18,000 in debt.
Say you fall overboard in the middle of the ocean. Oops. Your best chance of survival, swim to the nearest land. But what if there isn't one? There's a place like that, known as Point Nemo. It's the most remote location in the ocean, the farthest you can get from any land in any direction. In fact, land is nearly 1,700 miles away, no matter which way you go. It's so isolated that astronauts on the International Space Station are actually closer to it than any human on Earth. And that's why it's the perfect place to crash space junk. Hundreds of old satellites, rockets, and even space stations stations have been dumped here for years. No one had ever even passed by Point Nemo until a yacht in the Volvo Ocean Race did in 2018. The only thing they found? Plastic, despite being invisible on the surface. This spot has some eerie secrets, like the bloop, a strange deep underwater sound recorded in the late 90s. Scientists say it was probably icebergs breaking apart. Others say it's aliens or unknown creatures, but imagine you somehow end up in Point Nemo. What would you do?
So what happens if you don't sleep for an entire year? Well, this YouTuber is about to find out. Now, his name is Ricard, and Ricard is in his 40s, and he's a tattoo artist living in Philadelphia. And he has a couple of YouTube channels where he posts a lot of videos, mostly of him tattooing people. But one day in 2015, his life changes, and it starts when he gets a really bad urinary tract infection. Like, it's so bad he can barely work. But, unfortunately, he doesn't have health insurance, so he can't go to the doctor to get it looked at, because he can't afford it. Welcome to America. So he goes to his boss at his second job. I guess he has a couple of jobs. And he asks his boss for advice. And his boss recently had a UTI, and he has some leftover antibiotics lying around that he never used. And so he gives these to Ricard. And so, about a day later, bam, he starts feeling better. And so he keeps taking them. But then, on the third night, he wakes up and something weird is going on. Everything seems to be shaking like there's an earthquake, but there isn't an earthquake. It's his head, and his spine, and his feet. Something is very off. But still, he summons the strength to go to work the next day, and he notices he's getting dizzy and his head feels foggy, plus his body is getting weaker and weaker. And so after work, he calls up his sister, who is some kind of nurse, and he tells her about the antibiotics that he's taking, and she says, yeah, you're taking the right stuff that everyone takes. And so he's like, alright, and he keeps taking them, and things continue to get worse. And pretty quickly, he's all messed up. Like his back burns all day and night, it feels like his kidneys are damaged, his joints are in pain, and suddenly he has tinnitus. Something definitely isn't right. But he keeps taking these pills, hoping to get better, and he keeps fighting these intense, painful symptoms. And it's some of the worst pain he's ever felt in his entire life. And after a period of time, he's finished the antibiotics. He's done. And his urinary tract infection seems to be gone. So that's nice. But it's around this time that he realizes he isn't able to sleep anymore. Not like, oh, I barely got any sleep last night, but literally no sleep at all. He just lays there all night with really bad insomnia. And this lack of sleep is making him feel like shit all day. And if that isn't bad enough, suddenly, boom, his mom gets sick back in Indonesia, where he's originally from. And so he has to take his sick ass and travel there, and he flies from Philadelphia all the way over to Indonesia to see his mom, to spend time with her before she passes. And while he's there, he's finally able to see a doctor to figure out what the hell is wrong with him. And so this doctor checks him over and basically says, yeah, you have insomnia. You need some sleep. And once you sleep, all this other stuff that's wrong with you will start to feel better. And then the doctor prescribes him some sedatives to help knock him out. So then Richard starts taking sedatives. But unfortunately, they don't really work. No matter how many he takes, he's still not sleeping. Meaning if he's lucky, on a good night, he'll get maybe 2 hours if he takes a bunch of them. And if you're like, Ray, why are you telling us this story about a guy who has trouble sleeping? Because here's the thing about not being able to sleep. Long-term sleep deprivation can actually cause you to get sick as your immune system starts failing and your organs slowly shut down. Once your organs start shutting down, you could actually die. So yeah, I mean, it's not very likely, but in theory, not sleeping for long periods of time can actually unalive you. And that is what Ricard seems to be worried about. So anyway, a couple of months pass, and it's now 2016. So Ricard's problem has been going on for a long time. I mean, he's still in Indonesia, and at this point, he's so sick from lack of sleep that he's basically bedridden, and therefore he's trapped there in Indonesia. So what does he do? he starts making YouTube videos again from his bed.
Hi, I'm making this video hoping that there's some people out there are able to help me.
And he decides to document everything that's going on with him.
So it's been 4 months and my body is deteriorating right now because my immune system is falling from not able to sleep.
And by now, the sedatives that the doctor gave him have completely stopped working, no matter how many he takes. And so Ricard starts begging the internet to help him figure out what's wrong with him. He even offers to allow doctors to experiment on him to see what's wrong.
Use me as your model, as a guinea pig, because I know I'm gonna be falling soon. I know I'm dying soon.
And so he keeps not sleeping, living in pain, and posting videos trying to document everything that's going wrong with him. And he films himself as he tries to fall asleep, and just as he's almost out, his body will react and like jerk himself awake. Even the skin on his face starts to die and flake off, according to him. And you can see the flakes on his videos here. And so Ricard still feels awful. I mean, this chronic insomnia is killing him, and his only goal at this point is to get some proper rest. And he's tried everything. He would give up his own legs just for an uninterrupted nap.
I will give away my 2 legs from my time. Take it as an exchange for sleeping even the 3 hours a day. That's how desperate I am.
And more months go by. And at this point, he's been bedridden in Indonesia for a whole year. And he's still documenting everything, and he's still begging the internet for help.
I cannot sleep anymore. The medicine doesn't work anymore. The sleeping drugs is not help anymore. And it's only causing more damage.
But no matter what he does, there's still no hope. He's starting to give up.
Still looking for an option, but I'm about to give up. Yeah, it's too much. Everyday torture.
And deep down, he knows his body is giving up on him. So he just lies there, in bed, in pain, while his body twitches 50 or so times a day.
Sounds negative, but I wanna die.
But then it gets worse. Because with insomnia like this, of course your body is affected, but eventually so is your mind. And poor Ricard, he starts going crazy. Like his insomnia has been going on for so long that it's apparently giving him dementia, and it's starting to show. In his videos, all of a sudden, he's talking about things that just don't make sense.
God, in this case, is just a person. I found out that actually his name is Enki. He came here to this planet before we are exist.
And he's like filming in the dark, rambling about conspiracy theories.
He's a virus made by human, made by drugs mafia, designed to fulfill their mission.
Then, at the end of 2016, he posts a YouTube video. And it's really dark, so it's hard to see, but this video is unfortunately his last one. Because his body finally gives out, and he passes away in his bed. He apparently had what's called fatal insomnia, which is an extremely rare neurological disease. I read that he had a really bad reaction to those antibiotics he took, which is also very rare, but which caused him peripheral neuropathy, which then led him to being in so much pain that he couldn't fall asleep. And his YouTube channel is still up, by the way.
He got a weird idea of spinning his Beyblade from the top of the building and down to the ground. According to the statements, he was expecting to unleash a Pegasus out of it. But when he spun the Beyblade, it landed directly onto the woman's head, with the sharp metal pin pierced deeply inside the woman's head, resulting in a trip to ER.
Bro, we have just got a real-life prison break. 10 prisoners had just broken out of jail in New Orleans, and they had the audacity to leave a note behind saying, "Too easy, lol." Although they did misspell too. According to a local sheriff's office, they got out of their cells due to defective locks, which is believed to be a sign of an inside job, and then escaped the facility through a hole behind a toilet. So is the toilet. They then broke through a bunch of metal pipes, ran across the yard, scaled the barbed wire fence with blankets, sprinted across the highway, and then disappeared from sight. So far, only 2 prisoners have been caught, while the other 8 men are still on the run and are believed to be armed and dangerous. The question is, which one's teabagging?
He said they're armed and dangerous. How would you be armed and dangerous when you literally just left the prison?